Welcome back, everybody, for day 2 here at DeFi Summit. We are Decentral, and we host Web3 events, both online and offline globally. And it's actually kind of our second DeFi Summit that we've hosted annually this year. Last year, we had a lot of amazing speakers. Just yesterday, even, we had a ton of jam-packed topics ranging from the current state of DeFi, Polkadot DeFi, Cosmos DeFi, and we would talk about some regulation and stablecoins as well. Today, we kind of dive a little bit deeper into other topics such as the future of DeFi, scaling DeFi, learn a little bit more of what's going on in Solana, even DeFi yield farming. Is it dead? Where does it currently stand right now? We are hosting also an upcoming event in person, which is Decentral Miami. We always host this during Art Basel. So you can take a look at that on decentralcon.com. We'll share that out a little bit shortly as well. But before we kind of share you with that preview, we have one great, amazing upcoming talk with amazing panelists and speakers here with the Scaling DeFi panel, and I'll bring them up here on stage.
Hello everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to open the second day of DeFi Summit, and we're going to start DeFi Summit with very exciting topic about scaling DeFi products. We have very diverse and very interesting lineup of speakers today, and I would like to start with introductions. Jake, let's start with you. Can you introduce yourself and tell us more about DeFi products you're working on?
Yeah, thanks. I'm Jake with Cube. My background is in physics engineering, but I spent most of my career in volatility modeling and options trading, mostly in traditional finance, building trading systems, trading on trading floors like New York Stock Exchange, CBOE. But I've been full-time in crypto since 2018 with a registered SEC, CFTC registered volatility fund. But yeah, I've had the benefit of seeing a lot of the financial markets and trading markets that DeFi can fix. So I'm eternally optimistic for having seen some of the bad sides of markets for far too long. I'm here today to speak a little bit about Cube, which is a modular L1 with a multi-chain architecture that we just launched mainnet. This is an L1 that came out of the Huobi Innovation Labs, and we're looking forward to Cosmos compatibility by Q4, and bringing in lots of just integration partners to help build kind of the interoperable and sort of cross-chain compatibility future of DeFi. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. Sheldon, up to you.
Sure. I'm Sheldon Deere from Octopus Network. I've been in the space for quite a few years. Was really happy to just sort of give away my time for free, be helpful in whatever way I can as a researcher and incident responder. But I have a professional background from formal IT. I've worked for a lot of the Fortune 500, either directly or with them as my client. And I chose to leave that space this year purposefully because the models that they put forward, the business strategy they put forward, the way they pursue problem solving is radically different than we do in crypto, right? So I'm really happy to be in my role as technical lead at Octopus Network. My responsibility is to help people build up their Web3 projects with independent blockchains. And those are through services that we provide through Near Protocol. That's not a service offering, like you're not paying us for it. You pay the ecosystem operators for it. So we really like Web3 projects that are sort of changing the way economics work. And that's part of the challenge with DeFi is to, manage yield, is to manage speculation and incentive that retail is looking for, or that larger investors are looking for. I think there's much more to it than there was, just a couple of years ago, or even just during DeFi summer. So we're helping people build their own chains that come up with their own trustless bridge, that come up with their own mint and burn, that include IBC library that isn't quite so friendly or easy to use yet. But I'll be giving presentations later this year to help people turn up that functionality, because we really believe, also similar to Cube, I assume, that IBC is a really useful standard, that it should be in more than one ecosystem. So yeah, excited to be joining y'all about some DeFi discussions. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. And Ashley, tell us more about yourself and the company you represent.
Sure. Hi, I'm Ashley. I'm the Education Programs Manager at Metis. So I have never really had a background in crypto until I joined earlier this year. So I started in January with the team. Before that, I've always been an educator. So I've taught a lot of different disciplines in public education and private community colleges. And I felt really trapped by the system, but I felt really passionate about wanting to do something education related. So I reached out to Crypto Chicks, which is a nonprofit organization that's run by our founder, Elena Sinelnikova. And they were looking for a community educator. So I talked with her, and she was like, actually, I think, Metis could really benefit from having some education on the team. So I joined, and one of our focus at Metis, we're a layer 2 scaling solution on Ethereum, but we really want to make blockchain accessible for people. So my job revolves around just introducing blockchain and Web3 to newbies and kind of explaining how the different mechanisms work. But as an organization, we're really focused on building Web3 solutions for Web2 businesses, and kind of like making these like broader structures a little more individual centric, so people can have a little more autonomy and not only what they do in the space, but how they operate a Web3 business.
Great, fantastic. And let's go straight to the point. I would like to ask you about growth hacks you learned that worked for DeFi space. How should we scale DeFi projects? Let's start with Jake. Can you tell us about growth hacks you learned?
Yeah, thank you. No, I think it's a great question. I think the simple answer for me, I think having seen just in the era of open source, like I think you're only as good as your community, and so I think just making these systems satisfying and easy to use is kind of the quickest way to a growth hack. I think you can do a DPoS fork, and if you make the most satisfying thing to use, I think you can be one of the most successful projects, even without having a ton of novel tech behind it. Just kind of the standing on the shoulders of giants metaphor. I think if you can just make DeFi satisfying, because it can be pretty complicated for the person who is just encountering it for the first time. So I would say my simple answer to that would just be make DeFi more satisfying. Like I would give an example where if anyone's gone from that first experience of just the equivalent of market order trading on Uniswap V1 to that kind of how satisfying something like 1inch was, where you were kind of able to have that first aha moment of making trading slightly more efficient in DeFi. And then I would say my most recent aha moment in the satisfying space was using Rango, and give them a shout out, which is a cross chain aggregator. So they'll do fastest optimal route to go from say Tether on Ethereum mainnet to say USDC on Cosmos, right, and connect all the wallets, and you have it's kind of like the kayak of cross-chain aggregators. And I think when you kind of feel how satisfying that is versus opening 1,000 different approval interactions, it's you can kind of see that that's where it's going.
Right, I absolutely agree with you. Solving real pain point is the main key to success of any project, especially in DeFi space. Sheldon, what is your opinion about growth hacks and scaling strategies, especially from technological point of view?
I'll reply and agree to some degree that the UX is extremely important. The sort of like, you know, the feel of the experience. I agree that has some value, but I think we're entering an era where UX is not necessarily more template, but less custom. So to me, that means that I do want to see more under the hood. I want to know more about, you know, not necessarily what makes your project the most innovative thing in the world, but like, what is your difference? There's this phrase that comes from traditional IT security sales, as I know it. It's the phrase is battle card. You know, I ask projects for this all the time. Hey, you want to tell me that you're reinventing this concept, or that you're, you know, forking this, or that you're borrowing this idea and then building with this. You know, being able to present that vision clearly. A lot of it is just being transparent about the not necessarily the vision, but the model. You know, there's so many DeFi projects that use so much of the same design. I think that at some point UX falls to a secondary standpoint behind the you know, sort of the meat in a project and the product. And I think that UX is extremely valuable because that really is that first layer of, you know, people touching it. Are they having a good time? Do they have to sign 5-6 transactions to be able to use the tool? You know, definitely agree that has an effect. But I think the transparency is something that's going to be more important going forward. People are asking different questions about DeFi today than they were a few years ago. Not so much that they expect DeFi projects to be these, like, you know, multi-year things. They're still usually pretty short throws. But that the play for compliance, the play for security, you know, 2 years ago, the question was, have you got an audit? Who's it from? You know, I think that question is evolving into what was audited and what what do you guys have as part of your system that makes you you. So in concise language, I think being able to present and really shine your best idea, the thing that you feel is the, you know, the substance of your project, I think that's the thing to do, whether that's in documentation, a how-to video, or just an infographic that explains. I think that's the sauce.
Very interesting. Following on that, I do believe that transparency and in software development and open source is really important when you scale DeFi projects. And at Minty Code, we are building a community for software creators where we are building new decentralized open source. So that's why I completely agree with you and support your view on the way how we should scale DeFi and any project in blockchain space. Ashley, can you tell us more about your growth hacks, maybe on educational side? So how do we achieve this growth from a community point of view?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jake and Sheldon both had great points. To just add on that, I think the more education you can offer to your community, the more trust you're going to build. And we kind of like to pretend like trust isn't a thing in Web3, but it's really important. It's a human aspect, and I don't think we operate outside of it. So being able to teach people not only like, here, I'll show you what's under the hood, but like, here's how it works, and I can help you understand. You know, if I go onto a DeFi platform and it's really easy for me to click a button and make a transaction, but I don't really know what I've done, then there's a boundary there that's going to impede mass adoption. So I think the more education we can offer, the more responsive we can be to feedback, the more like we can let the community know we're here to answer your questions and teach you how things are going. But also, like, if you don't like the way something's working, or if you're confused about something, like, we're here to hear that and let you know that we're listening and we're responsive, and that it's not like an insular project. You know, we're collaborating with the community. We're working with other protocols. I think being able to remain in that mindset of not an us versus them, but like we're all in this together. I know, as a cliche as that sounds, but yeah, I think that can be a really helpful way to build and grow.
Great, completely agree with you. And we definitely, when we want to build DeFi products and launch a new company, we want to grow our product from 0 users to millions of users, and definitely we encounter many challenges. Jay, can you walk us through challenges in building DeFi products you encountered, and how did you overcome these challenges?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take kind of more of the user adoption standpoint on this scaling answer, but I think Sheldon will probably want to to push back more on the tech side still, which I definitely appreciate. Yeah, I think we are still in this very early phase of kind of mass adoption of DeFi. Like if you look at kind of daily active users and active kind of transaction counts per L1, you'll kind of realize how small this space is still. I think Solana has something like still under 1 million daily active addresses, which I think that surprises me every time that I see that. And I think it gets even kind of lower as you go kind of down the line, but I still think that the scaling challenges are making things that can exist, that can be experiences that are sort of in the background for lay people and users that are already doing things that that are going to just be doing things in DeFi that they would normally be doing in the real world and just do it better, right? Like I think it's pretty easy to see like the remittance case for DeFi, or I guess crypto in general, and how that can be kind of an orders of magnitude better on fees, speed, and accessibility for people. And that's something that I think is kind of like maybe one of the first obvious scalable use cases for crypto and DeFi to some degree too. Is just something that can exist in the background, like just sending money back to relatives without paying egregious fees and not having to wait for the bank to open or the currency relayer to open. So yeah, I think it's really just kind of for the scaling part. User adoption comes with building things that can seamlessly integrate into people's lives without them fully knowing that they are necessarily DeFi per se.
Interesting. Ashley, what do you think about challenges, especially in educating masses about blockchain?
Well, I think there's probably the general feeling for people who don't really understand much about Web3 in general is like crypto is a scam. And they just see these like headlines and, when market things are not going well, people get afraid and they think, this is not for me. And so I think the barrier for most people is understanding that there's so much more going on in Web3 than, tokens that they're seeing on the news. And so when we can kind of demonstrate the bridge between like the systemic issues that people face in their everyday lives with solutions that are being built in Web3, and communicate that this is like a collaborative and ongoing process of development, not like we figured it all out, here it is, just, jump right in. But just letting people know that there's more going on here than what meets the eye, and it's ongoing development. The more collaboration that we can have, I think, between different protocols and between different networks, the sooner we can boost that interoperability and make it a very like smooth and user-friendly experience. So I think just like getting into people's homes and explaining to them, there's more here than what meets the eye. This is a solution to problems that, we're all working together to fix.
Great, interesting. And Sheldon, I would like to ask you more about system architecture and what type of protocols do you need to choose to ensure that your DeFi project is scalable?
I think that the majority of people who come to crypto, whether they're touching Solidity or something else, they end up looking at flexibility first. So that's my sort of response to what should be looked for is a lowered level of flexibility than the base level of everything is possible. The composable DeFi model, that phrase, we hear about it a lot, but it's not really sensitive to the compute requirements, the energy requirements. It's not to say that Ethereum is inefficient. That's not true at all. JavaScript as a language is not designed to be machine level efficient. So if you want machine level efficiency, i.e. high-speed trading, automated trading, liquidity pools that take certain actions based on oracles, it makes a lot of sense to me to say that you want high flexibility in some areas, but in some other areas, it makes sense to effectively hybridize the operation. Easy example, chain in our ecosystem coming online is specifically for off-chain order execution, where it's an on-chain order that is executed through a book off-chain. Is that something that works for everyone? No, but the model of taking the most compute intensive thing that you have and saying, okay, how sustainable can I make this? How error prone is this? What is the latency when I'm trying to make this make sense? How long does it actually take to execute these operations? I think that'll usually lead people to sort of this, computer science 101 grade realization, which is that things that are designed to do everything can do anything, but don't do one thing specifically well, as much as something else that is specialized to do so. I can use ping packets to make HTTP requests. I can do all kinds of silly things over a network that I'm not supposed to do that can function, but don't make sense for my computer. Don't really make sense, especially when you're talking about hundreds or thousands of operations in a grouping. So I think that the tough answer to DeFi scalability and technologies is purpose-built technology where it's appropriate. Customizing everything or over customizing things, it's a prohibitive cost. It's not helpful. But picking the sort of most valuable points about your product and saying, hey, what projects, what ecosystems, what L1s, even what off-chain activities make the most sense to do. We're going to see a lot of Web 2, Web 3 hybridization in the future. And this is a conversation that I'm asked to have pretty frequently these days. Hey, I want to run an archival node and then do high-speed trading based off of that. And I'm not saying that I specifically support products like that, because as a cypherpunk, it makes me real sad. But as someone who's worked in the Fortune 500, I understand that business must go on. And there's going to be these sort of capital-oriented and solution-oriented discussions, which are, hey, how much am I willing to build a solution that is specific to what I'm trying to do? And what does that look like when I start? I think most projects will continue to start in that highly composable, flexible space because it is so easy to work with, and users paying gas and you scheduling what gas you're going to pay for certain operations. That's a plenty healthy start, I think. But as time goes on, I'm confident that we'll see more people taking up solutions like Arbitrum, considering their own chain in products like Cosmos or in our ecosystem. I think that there's really a reasonable use case to say that DeFi, when it needs to scale, has to exist at a higher level of efficiency than it did during DeFi summer, just because there's still reasonable sentiment, speculation, and excitement. But in order to fit an extra 100 million users through these kinds of protocols, you don't just need healthy queuing and good systems that can actually receive those literal messages, those little packets over there of the internet. You also need the backend systems that are ordering things, that are processing things, to not necessarily be scalable, but to be manageable as you grow. So I think most organizations in DeFi are going to scale in little bursts. They'll say, hey, we're willing to think about what 10x throughput looks like for our protocol today. 100x is a little too far out. We don't want to plan for that. That would be more money that we need to spend to sustain for the next few years.
Very interesting. Jake, what do you think about the right choice of system architecture? Do you agree or disagree with Sheldon?
Yeah, I think I agree with most of that. I think kind of in the first round of L1s, the first generation of blockchains, primarily focused on kind of the decentralization and security and not so much the scalability. And so we've kind of seen, for better or for worse, that L1s be sort of victims of their own success, and seeing like gas wars and things like that happen, where, in most systems, you think, okay, well, when there's a lot of activity and the thing's working, it should get, you know, better and more fun to be using, but it becomes, you know, harder and harder for the successful, you know, applications or protocol, or, you know, things building on those L1s to survive. You know, I think if you just look at like GameFi, for instance, like most games that were, you know, arguably sort of successful from a, you know, transaction perspective, or you know, creating a lot of you know, sort of vibrancy, you know, didn't stick with the L1 that they launched on, right? They either built their own, or they went on a, you know, subnets, or you know, completely different chain where the incentives were better. I think all of that, I think seeing, you know, kind of that scalability, you know, just bottleneck happen, you know, is the same reason when in DeFi we see, you know, layer 2s and roll-ups and things like that. You know, I think we're sort of making concessions now that are kind of like modular thinking, and I think that we all sort of agree at this stage that sort of not all block space should be necessarily treated equally or created equally. You know, you shouldn't necessarily have you know, a free NFT mint competing for the same block space at the same time as somebody, you know, withdrawing, you know, $1 billion worth of liquidity from a DeFi protocol, right? Like those should, like as Sheldon said, those should probably live in different silos and have different tuning for, you know, whether they prefer security or throughput or just speed. So I think kind of the you know, and I've been following the Octopus network for almost a year, and so I'm a big fan of what they've, you know, the way that they think about architecture, and I think that it's kind of a modular thinking one is going to be the future of architecture.
Great, very interesting. That was very interesting discussion. I'm afraid we are running out of time, and my last question will be for you to reflect about past of DeFi space and think about future, and maybe summarize in one word or at least one sentence the future of DeFi space, especially from the perspective of scalability. Maybe we can start with Sheldon.
Happy to kick it off. So I think the future of DeFi space, I didn't quite use this word, but it's the right fit, is modular to a degree. I think it's both modular, specialized, and starting as composable. So I think the longstanding future that we're going to see is that L1s like Ethereum or other EVMs, even if they're L2s, we're going to see projects start there, build up their, maintain community, effectively, you know, rest on the shoulders of the people who support them, and then based on that community be deciding a next move. So I think that it should be considered a normal thing that when you're a young entity, that you do have basically, you know, entirely temporary infrastructure. You know, everything is running on a Ethereum virtual machine, right? That doesn't require physical servers from anyone. But I think that over time, what will become natural is that there's a sort of air of impermanence and freshness to someone who's launching on an L1, who's building their product out in an environment that's familiar to everyone, where there's, you know, available liquidity, TVL, etc. And over time, their community will, you know, push towards different solutions, whether that is a subnet or, you know, Cosmos ecosystem or a different sort of app chain solution. I think that is the future, the same way that Jake was alluding to, like Ronin, you know, needing to pull off and have its own chain. It's unfortunate what happened to them, but that's the kind of reason why we at Octopus are so focused on app chain technologies and standards that make sense. We don't push those standards out, but I think that other people will find them useful. And that sort of shared experience without direct experience will make things quite easy. You know, the learning from someone else's past, the forking someone else's code, we're all a little bit more comfortable doing that than just straight, you know, hey, this is completely new. So I think that I'm reasonably hopeful in saying that there's a different level of responsibility that comes with, let's plan with a temporary space and then move into more permanence. And I'm really excited to see more of that.
Great. I think that was a great ending of our discussion about future of DeFi. And I would like to thank our speakers. Thank you so much for your time and your insightful thoughts. And thank you for organizers of DeFi Summit.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks again for amazing panelists kicking off day 2 here. Talking about the scaling DeFi as well. Another deep topic that we always like to jump into is all about DAOs and their governance and potentially affecting some governments. I even saw like one pack DAO that came out as well. So there's some super interesting that's been happening around in the DAO side of things as well. And so we have another amazing panel coming up right here. This is called DeFi and DAOs. We have moderator Josh Hale. I'm going to bring him here up on the stage. Hey, Josh, how's it going? And then we have Don Ho from Orange DAO. Where's Don? Don, hey, how's it going, Don? And then Sam from ATX DAO, who joined us over in Austin. And then Cole from Volmex as well, too. Hey, everyone. So, hey, everybody. So, yeah, just wanted to give you guys the floor and welcome to the DeFi Summit.
Hey, all. I don't know if anybody can hear me. However, I cannot hear anybody else. I apologize. I am Josh Hale. I'm the moderator here on the DeFi and DAO panel. I hope I can hear somebody here in a second. So I am attorney in the world of crypto, and I handle DAOs on a daily basis. You guys can find me on nonfungiblecounsel.com, and I will do my best to moderate even if I can't hear. So thank you everybody for coming. I'm joined today with Don Ho of Orange DAO, Cole Kennelly of Volmex, and Sam Padilla of ATX DAO. Each one of these entities are doing different things in the space, and the first question is for everybody, just to get this started off. Just initially, what we'd like to hear is just a brief snippet of what your project or DAO is trying to do and what you're trying to build. And I'll let Don Ho start this off.
Hey everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where everyone is. My name is Don Ho. I'm managing director at QuantStamp, where we provide smart contract security audits, as well as co-founder of Orange DAO. It is a DAO of 1,300 YC founders, and our goal is to onboard the best builders in Web 2 into Web 3 and be a resource for them by being their first check, by being their community, as well as being distribution for their product. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd like to hear from everybody. So I'm going to give Sam and Cole Oslo an opportunity to tell us a little bit. Sam, can you tell us a little bit about ATX DAO and what you're trying to do in Austin?
Yeah, for sure. So hey everyone, nice to be here. And as Don was saying, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. My name is Sam Padilla. I am one of the leaders at ATX DAO. ATX DAO simply is the Austin City DAO. ATX stands for Austin. What we're trying to do is basically we're trying to make Austin the best city in the world for crypto. And I know that's a bit of a controversial statement, and that usually gets people say, oh no, but what about my city? And what about this? What about that? I think promoting competition among cities is a net positive thing for the space. But specifically what we're trying to do is via community events, via projects with the local community, and via policy advising for city and state government, we're trying to make Austin the crypto capital of the world. So have a few ideas to share, and excited to be here and excited to hear from other great panelists too.
Great, thank you, Sam. And Cole, can you tell us a little bit about Volmex and what you're doing there?
Thanks, Josh. This is Cole Kennelly, founder and CEO of Volmex Labs. Really great to be here today. At Volmex, we're building a suite of crypto volatility products around the Ethereum and Bitcoin volatility indexes that we've built. So ultimately, we're building VIX and VIX-like products for crypto. Our mission is to deliver the best possible experiences to crypto volatility traders. We do this by, again, building a suite of products and scaling them and building awareness around our volatility index. These products are useful to different groups of users for hedging, speculation, and market indication purposes. So really excited to be here and tell you guys more about Volmex and share my views on DAOs and DeFi.
Great, thank you for being here, Cole. So we're all involved in DAOs, and I get to advise DAOs pretty regularly, both inside and outside the United States, and see what people are doing and see the upsides and downsides of DAOs, as well as how DAOs can affect DeFi particularly. I guess probably the primary question that's on a lot of people's minds for DAOs, and particularly when it comes to DeFi, is what can DAOs fix in DeFi and what can they make better? And ultimately, there's trade-offs with DAOs, right? So what do you think DAOs are well suited for? And more particularly, what do you think maybe a more centralized form of governance for a project is kind of designed for? And I'll start that off with Sam Padilla.
Yeah, I have a few thoughts there. So I think when it comes specifically to DeFi, when I think of DAOs, I think DAOs are just a way to democratize decision making and decentralize decision making. I think of DAOs as just a way to agree on something in a way that doesn't have any central saying, right? So anything that is suited for that kind of decision making that is not centralized, I think that is something that DAOs are a good thing. So for example, what we did specifically with Austin, we're trying to make Austin a better city, right? But that means a lot of different things for a lot of different people, right? Some people think, oh, you should be maybe investing a little bit more on infrastructure. Maybe you should promote more parties. Maybe you should promote more events. Maybe you should do more policy stuff, right? So how do we reach consensus by all the people who are trying to work towards the same goal in a decentralized way without anybody having a say? What I think DAOs are maybe not, specifically for Web3, right? Like there's a lot of things that DAOs are not suited for, but specifically for Web3, I think when a project is really early stage, I think some level of centralization is important to be able to control where the project is going, control where the protocol is heading, be more efficient even. There's an inherent, I see DAO efficiency, and we can expand on this later, but I see DAO efficiency as a curve in which at the beginning, decentralization brings lack of efficiency, but then you pass a certain threshold and then efficiency grows exponentially. And that's kind of what I like to call the Hydra operation point. But at the beginning, decentralization, implementing centralization brings a downfall in terms of efficiency. So I think at the very beginning of a project, some sort of centralization and somebody saying this is where we're going and vision orientedness is important.
Don, I see your head kind of shaking there. I'm guessing you have an opinion as to what's being said here.
Yeah, so I can't fully speak on DeFi DAOs specifically here, but I do think from a DAO perspective, the way we look at the world is it's a internet community with a bank account. And what DAOs do very well is capture the future of work and folks who are contributing at any stage or spectrum of their involvement. To the point of decentralization and centralization, I totally agree with Sam here, where DAOs are really, really different than startups. And what I mean by that is in a startup, you have a very single purpose that you do sequentially, right? Where you do one thing really well, you finish a task and do the next task. You finish that task and then you work on the next one. That's actually the opposite of a DAO. A DAO for us is when you run a million things different in parallel, right? And all of them running at the same time. And so for us at Orange DAO, that's really cool because, again, we are a community of 1,300 founders, builders who do things without permission. And so to have an objective of onboarding the best builders into Web3, there's probably 1,000 different interpretations. But that's what's really cool about DAOs, where you can do a bunch of things in parallel and build, as opposed to being a startup where you're hyper-focused and really making sure that each step of the way you're doing sequentially.
So there was a phrase that Winston Churchill came up with, and it's not actually his, but he's the one who made it famous, which is democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. And I see that a lot of what we're seeing in DAOs is a lot of the democratization of votes, but I also see that there's some pitfalls with DAOs as well. And I'd love to talk about some of that. And I'm very curious what Cole has to say about some of the benefits and some of the drawbacks of DAOs.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I resonate a lot with what Don and Sam said. So generally, the good things about DAOs are they align, different members in the community and the ecosystem. They also, it's ultimately a mechanism to decentralize ownership of the protocol, which is ultimately good for, the community and longevity of the protocol. Trade-offs, though, DAOs are slow. So like in order to get a decision across, there's going to be an arduous proposal process, and you're going to need to rally different token holders and things like that. I think it's also like Don was saying, they're very different than startups. So they're much harder to iterate, so it's just hard to iterate, on the protocol once it's, totally decentralized. So, if there will be minimal changes through the DAO. So so that's one thing to consider. It's, you can't move fast at that point anymore. It's, going to be a slow process. And also I think there's, probably some gray area around just like legal, jurisdiction and things like that with contributors and DAO members and stuff. But that's more solved for these days. But generally, I think that's also just like an area that people should be thinking about in terms of trade-offs. So there's definitely tons of great things about DAOs, but there's a few trade-offs. So overall, we expect DAOs to be, big piece of the, future, economy, and obviously very prevalent in Web3. So definitely a really exciting technology.
So, Josh, can I just make two challenges, one for Don and one for Cole? So two things that I want to say, Don, when you were defining a DAO, you were defining a DAO as an internet community like an online community that has a bank account, a shared bank account, right? So I want to challenge that definition of a DAO by saying that not necessarily, and this is why I'm so psyched on the model that we have with ATXO. The vast majority of DAOs that you see, they start online first, and then when they grow enough and they have enough concentration of people in certain places, they go IRL, or they promote conferences and they meet in real life. What we're doing with ATXO, what we're doing with the movement of city DAOs, and there's a bunch of other DAOs that are like geography based. What we're trying to do is we're trying to start bottom up, as in like IRL first. So it's not just a community that is online; it's a community that actually exists physically in a city, in a geographic location. We know each other, we hang out with each other, we co-work every Friday from a different coffee shop. We go to each other's house parties, and we hang out at each other's houses, and we know each other like as people. And then we share a bank account and we share the decision making and so on, right? So not all DAOs necessarily need to be online first. And I think that's an important distinction, because that also goes to what Cole was saying about DAOs are slow. I think DAOs tend to be slow when you need to coordinate, of course, across multiple decision makers, but at the same time, you need to coordinate across multiple time zones, and you need to coordinate via Discord. It is a lot easier to coordinate when you're able all to meet like on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis or monthly basis, all the members of the DAO, or at least the most active members, and say, okay, what are we doing? How are we going to actually get this forward? The in-person aspect of city DAOs makes city DAOs a lot more efficient, because you're actually able to get things moving faster, a lot quicker, right? So, and the last point that I wanted to make is like, this is also an entirely different discussion on how decentralized is the DAO directly, because not everything needs to go through a voting process, right? If you're going to change something on the website, you don't need necessarily to put it up for voting. You can just do it. But then that's where the DAO needs to draw the line. It's like, okay, what do we actually put up for voting, and what do we just like execute on individually or as committees, right? Just wanted to make those 2 points, and Josh, back to you.
Yeah, so kind of what you're talking about, Sam, is the idea behind a lot of what I do is more specifically the idea of what is the difference between a democracy and a republic, right? You have a situation in DAOs where maybe a DAO does vote on every single change to the website, and that's like a pure democracy. That's where everybody decides everything, and that does slow things down, obviously, when you have a situation where everything is voted upon. And what it seems like a lot of DAOs are starting to move towards is more of a republic democracy. And I very specifically have been arguing for that for a while. The idea of like a checks and balances DAO, or a centralized, decentralized autonomous organization. And then you have the issues of law, right? Like, for example, Cole is very familiar with the idea of the gray space of law. I'm very sure, because if you go to volmex.finance and try to enter their app from the United States, you're not going to be able to. And I'd love to hear, a little bit about how that's happening and why that. I'm sure his attorney has advised him to do that. And right now we have a lot of gray space in DAOs, and more particularly in finance. And I'd love to hear about Cole's opinion in that world as well. And you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, sure. So first off, Sam, you had some interesting points there on the City DAO. I haven't thought about the in-person aspect. That's quite interesting. I think that could add an interesting element to DAOs, and mostly think about them, totally virtual, but remote. But that makes sense. Josh, I think specifically for Volmex, we're building derivative products. And the derivative regulation in the U.S. for crypto assets is somewhat nebulous and also, generally unclear. So I think until there's more regulation with regards to like, are crypto asset derivatives regulated as traditional commodity derivatives, or they fall into some traditional sector in the U.S., or fall into some other, fall into another crypto asset regulation. We took the proactive approach to geo-block U.S. users, and think that's a very thoughtful way to go about this, and we don't want to violate any sort of regulation in the U.S. So that's kind of the approach we've taken for now. But long term, we definitely would love to operate in the U.S. and are kind of working towards doing that in an above board way. So yeah, totally correct. Right now, our product is not available. The trading, of the product tokens, not available to U.S. users, but U.S. users could use our index as a market indicator and just follow along at charts.volmex.finance and understand the volatility index levels, and but they're not able to trade the product because of the regulation uncertainty. So great question, and I think much of what I said is probably relevant to DAOs. But I think a lot of DAOs are generally operating in the U.S., taking it a step further, not even doing any geo blocking or anything. Just they have tons of U.S. Representatives and entities and contributors. So I think it's a broader question to the group, like how do you think about that sort of regulation? And I think I think there's a lot of people who take. So I think there's a bunch of questions there, but how do we think about DAOs as they relate to the U.S. kind of question for the group? So that's a great question, Josh. That's how I think about that, and then I kind of would spin that to the other question there.
Yeah, I would kind of take it a step further there, and I'm going to pose this to Don. Don, I'm sure you've seen some legal hiccups and legal headaches, trying to be part of a DAO, and more specifically, I regularly talk about the idea that DAO in and of itself does not mean the word safe. And a lot of people that are in the world of DAOs on a daily basis assume that because it's decentralized, that automatically makes them safe for purposes of, government exposure, purposes of lawsuit exposure, whole 9 yards. I'm curious what sort of headaches and government oversight you've seen for Orange DAO as well.
Yeah, again, we're a little different where we don't necessarily have a product like a DeFi product or something that has been progressively decentralized, right? For us, again, we are a commune and a collective of builders. And really what we hear horror stories of actually from other DAOs is really establishing what that nexus is, to your point, but also what sort of legal implications are. And so the advice we always provide other folks building DAOs is to always consult a lawyer first and to really figure out what the exact purpose of the DAO is. For example, I think a lot of people think that, by just setting up a DAO and, investing in things, you're going to be okay because perhaps they're all just internet characters or anonymous folks online. What you find, though, is if you do that format, you are a fund, and every single member of your community whether they're KYC'd or not, is acting, frankly, as a like financial operator. And that's something you don't want to be doing, right? And so while I think it's really great that we're starting to see a Cambrian explosion of these online communities and perhaps physical communities who have some level of decentralized decision making, our advice again is to always consult your legal jurisdiction to figure out what the right classification is. You know, for Orange DAO, we are a Cayman Foundation, and as a result of that, you know, we have our own local jurisdiction we have to follow, but also still other jurisdictions like the US. In addition to this, again, you know, I alluded to this, but the notion of having a fund or raising money via a DAO, those have very big implications depending on where your folks are and even how big your DAO can be. And so, you know, for example, if you just pull capital together from a bunch of internet characters online and you begin investing, well, technically speaking, you might even have a 99-person limit because you are a fund or classified as that. And from a safety and I guess culpability perspective, all your members are then actually legally responsible. But again, that really depends on your jurisdiction, the purpose of your DAO, and you speaking with your own legal representatives, which I highly recommend.
Yeah, I obviously, as an attorney, that's magic to my ears. You know, like this is what I do full time. And I always tell people you should really be thinking about, you know, what your steps are in order to be compliant wherever you are. And I do Cayman Foundation's pretty regular, so I'm very familiar with what Orange DAO is doing. Is ATX and or Volmex, are they registered in the United States, or where are they registered, guys?
We are Texas LLC, and that's something that I wanted to comment too. Is I think there's a valid distinction to be drawn here between, say, securities law, like what Cole was talking about, or even just like laws at federal level that keep you from operating or keep you from issuing tokens or make you cautious about issuing tokens at a federal level. And then the other one is the side of operations of your DAO. And this is completely different for a city DAO because we actually have a side of operations. We operate in Austin, right? We're ATX out. We're not going to be doing stuff in like I don't know, the Cayman Islands or something like that, right? Because we're here. So I think when it comes to incorporating as a DAO that has a geographic bound, incorporating as specifically in the US, incorporating as an LLC, most of the time gets the work done, and most DAOs are incorporated as LLC. And this is actually something that we're actively working on here in Texas, at least. Is we're trying to draft some policy proposals to amend. Just change language a little bit in the LLC regulation to be more encompassing and include DAOs as well, and explicitly also include DAOs. So I think there's something exciting happening in like forward-thinking states here in the US. So you have Wyoming, you have I think Tennessee as well. I think you have you have Texas with the work that we're doing. So there's a lot of exciting things happening there when you're operating in a geographically bound location. But when you have a completely global DAO, that's a challenge, right? Because like, how do you define your bounds of operations, and then how do you like structure legally to be operating in the ether of the internet, right? So that's but like we conduct business in Texas, right? We raise sponsor, we have gotten sponsorships for our events, we promote events, we do token sales, well, NFT sales and so on. So like it's an interesting dynamic because we're local, but it's a whole different spiel when you're not.
So really quick there, I'm very curious, Sam, just to play devil's advocate, right? Does this limit your scope of what you can do if you go beyond Austin or beyond the state of Texas?
Well, because our focus is mainly Austin, right? Like we're ATX out, we're trying to make Austin the crypto capital of the world, but that is not necessarily that the idea cannot spread. Just ATX DAO has no business doing anything in Dallas, but it doesn't mean that people in Dallas can't start a Dallas DAO, right? Or people in LA cannot start like an LAX DAO. So that's kind of the what we're trying to push forward here. We do want to expand. We don't want to expand ATX DAO. We want to expand the movement of city DAOs. So the idea spreads, our work continues local. And I think that's also really valuable because you don't have a top-down approach in which there's an online community saying, oh, this is how the culture is going to be happening in Austin, in Miami, in New York, every single city DAO across the world that starts to come up, and that's something we're actively working on, has the mentality of, oh, we're local people who came together and we're joining this bigger network just because we want to be part of this network and we want to build relationships with Austin and all other city DAOs. But we're local and we're doing this for our city. So I think it's again like a bottom up approach to DAOs rather than like the traditional top down approach of most online than IRL DAOs.
And what about Volmex? What's your status, guys?
Oh, thanks for asking. So we're still at the point where we're building and scaling our products. So we're not a DAO. That doesn't mean that couldn't be something we pursue in the future. And if we were to pursue that, we would obviously work with counsel. So there's a number of great firms out there. Actually, not too many actually that are available, but that could help us provision the necessary entities and do this in a compliant way. So I think we would kind of go the similar route if we were to ever theoretically do that. There's a kind of a path to doing that with some, relationship between, labs type entity and the kind of like issuers of a DAO and that type of thing. So we're not there yet, but that's how we think about it generally, and we're registered in the US. Yeah.
I think that's kind of the overall conversation here is the idea that when you're building these, and this is kind of what Don alluded to, that you have a situation of possibly limiting the scope of a DAO or limiting what the DAO has an ability to vote upon. And I'm curious kind of how you've built that within Orange DAO, and is it a pure democracy, or is it more kind of what we were discussing before of more of a republic democracy where certain choices are made by a central authority and others by the DAO?
Yeah, so specifically with Orange DAO, it's certainly far more like a republic, right? In the sense that based on specific decisions, such as what is the amount being spent or being deployed, if it's under a certain threshold, should committees or a subgroup of folks decide upon that? And only when a certain threshold is passed does it go to a total governance vote, right? Same thing with how we think about membership. Right? What things about our membership does everyone need to vote on, as opposed to a more select committee based on specific characteristics of that governance decision? And so what's very cool about Orange DAO is we have 3 committees, a development committee, a treasury committee, a governance committee. And it's great because they all have, to everyone's point, these checks and balances, but also these nuances based on what each committee is focused on. Right. And so for us, it's truly a republic. And I think going forward, right, Orange DAO is trying to be a very big global digital nation. And we're going to continue to see more experiments based on a sub DAO or a committee driven sort of decision making process.
And how is ATX DAO taking, decisions? Are they more Republican form, or are they more, as somebody said to me in New York, are they more kumbaya driven? Are they everybody makes a choice for everybody?
Yeah, I wouldn't qualify as in either of those 2 buckets of like with either democracy or a republic. I think there's a spectrum, right? I think we sit somewhere in between, in which the way that our governance happens right now. And one of the coolest things about DAOs, and I think this is my biggest pet peeve with the current governance system, is it's really hard to iterate our governance system. Anyone can put up a proposal to iterate our governance systems, which I think is really, really valuable. But the way that we're structured right now is we have multiple committee heads. We have several committees. They're all on our website. And each committee has certain independence of operations within the scope of that committee. When any decision that touches the treasury, at any amount that touches the treasury is going to be made by the committee beyond a certain budget that the committee gets allocated, then we need to put that up for proposal. And those committee heads get chosen democratically by all the members of the DAO twice a year. So we have a strong rotation of leadership. We have certain independence of operations within a certain scope. And then we also have, for big decisions, all big decisions need to be approved by the broad community.
We are getting short on time here, guys. So I'm going to ask one last question and have all 3 of you answer it as briefly as possible. Of what do you see is the future of DAOs? Is it going to exist as it does now, or do you see some other form? And we'll start that off with Cole.
Thanks, Josh. So this is actually something that's seemingly coming up a lot on Twitter, crypto Twitter, if you will, recently, where there's just a lot of growing pains with these DAOs. So I do think there's a lot of areas, a number of areas for improvement to, maybe delegation is one of them, more delegation to, stakeholders and kind of delegating, votes, and maybe that can make the voting process more efficient. But generally, it feels like the sentiment in pretty much every community is that, DAOs, there's a lot of growing pains with DAOs and decentralizing and progressively centralizing. So there's a lot of areas for improvement. And I think we'll see a lot of experimentation and innovation, new models coming to market, and improvements in the coming months and years. So I think there's going to be a lot of changes, but we've already seen some primitives that have been launched, namely the compound governance Bravo framework. There's like an Open Zeppelin version of that. There's also a few others, but so there's been some great Legos created in governance, but I think there'll be like number of other innovations coming. So great question, great to be here, and that's how I feel. That's how we think about that.
Sam, what about you? What do you think the future of DAOs are?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get there, but I think the end game of DAOs is not social DAOs, it's not investment DAOs. The end game of DAOs is decentralization building. I think what DeFi did to finance is what DAOs are going to do to governance. I think this is a part of crypto that changes the way that we govern or share resources at scale. And I think this is a part of crypto that actually innovates governance. So I'm super psyched, and that's part of the work that we're doing with ATX DAO. I think this is popular not because of Balaji's book, but the network state, that's kind of what we're trying to work towards. End game of DAOs is decentralization building. That's what I firmly believe and work for.
Great. And Don, what about you? We'll start to
Sam took it right out of my mouth. I think DAOs are sort of the first iteration of network states. And in the specific example of Orange, right, we think about it of Silicon Valley in the cloud. In Web 2, you flew to Silicon Valley with a one-way ticket to become a tech founder. I think in Web 3, you join these different network states and online organizations to advance whatever directive or goal you want to be doing.
Great. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being part of the DeFi Summit today. Thanks for taking part of the DeFi and DAO panel. We appreciate all of your input. Sam, Cole, Don, thanks for your time. And please be in touch. Please look at all of these guys on social media. You have Orange DAO, you have ATX DAO, and you have Volmex.finance. And you'll see some pretty cool things that are being built, and hopefully you guys can take part and see what communities are being built in each of these different DAOs and different entities like Volmex. Thanks for being here, guys, and we appreciate your time.
This was a lot of fun. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having us. See you guys.
Thank you, folks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was a little preview, or I guess like recap of Decentral Austin. And right behind me, as you can see in the background, this is actually the main stage at Decentral Austin. It was this cosmic stage. We actually had full projector and neon future neon city right behind us as well. We had amazing speakers from Charles Hoskinson, even some Wu-Tang members come perform in Decentral Austin. And we'll be back at Decentral Miami later this year to end and wrap up the year front-running Art Basel as well. You can find that at decentralcon.com. We return back at a much larger venue. We have 2 times as much space than we did before previously. So we have a lot of really cool things coming up. Next upcoming, we have talk. This was a keynote from Decentral Austin. It was a great keynote talking about the future of privacy and how to unlock that with NFTs as well. And so we have that here with Tor, Secret Network, and this is a rebroadcast, but it's great content, especially we had just to showcase like what kind of talks that we had at our physical and in-person events as well too. But also too, it's still relevant to what's happening right now. Secret Network has been building a lot of things from private NFTs and secret NFTs. We already know that NFTs are really public. A lot of people like to dox themselves and keep themselves fully I should say not private. And Secret Network is all about privacy and keeping you private and safe from anybody that wants to utilize your own data as well too. So let's get that up.
Going to Decentral, making NFT from DeFi, being crypto poor but JPay rich.
Amazing stuff. NFTs need that utility. They absolutely do. Well, one of my Bianca-isms is there's 3 most valuable currency in the world are as follows. 3rd, financial. 2nd, social. And 1st, privacy. Our next speaker is going to speak about just that, securing privacy on networks. Please have me welcome to the stage one of our keynote speakers representing Secret Foundation, Tor Blair.
What's up, Austin? And I love you too, whoever you are. Let's see, am I getting the slides up here? Let's see. All right, yeah, I'm getting slides up here. Heck yeah, let's do it. So, I'm Tor. I'm the founder of Secret Foundation. I'm working on Secret Network alongside the other 50, 60 people you may have seen in the halls already. We're all called secret agents. We're agents of change in the Web3 space. We're trying to evangelize privacy technologies. So a big focus of this presentation, which is entitled, Secret Network, Unlocking the Future of NFTs Through Privacy, is tying that story together. What does privacy have to do with NFTs? Right? So by the end of this, we're going to figure out what's wrong with NFTs, because there is something wrong with NFTs. And then what's the secret? If you can't tell, we love the branding, we love talking about secrets, but we're going to specifically talk about the secret of Secret Network and how we're solving this problem. We're going to talk about some of the projects that are already building these solutions on Secret. Maybe you've seen them in the halls, maybe you've read about them, but I'm going to go through at least a few of them that you can already be getting hands-on with. And then number 4, of course, the last thing I always show off, how do you build? We're a community of builders. I want to get more builders into the ecosystem so that you can start collaborating with all the other secret agents around the world, building your own solutions. If you were here earlier, you heard Kevin Smith say Web3 and Secret specifically is just a giant playground. There's so much to build. There's so much that hasn't been tried. So by the end of this, I hope you're inspired to try something for yourself. We want to unlock the future of NFTs, right? If you're here, you've probably heard the word NFT at least once. We're talking about non-fungible tokens. These are just pieces of code living on a blockchain that are supposed to represent something that isn't the same as anything else. And that means it can represent any kind of asset. It's a new kind of way, it's a permissionless kind of way of storing and trading these scarce digital assets that could be tied to real-world assets or could represent something that exists only in an online digital metaverse. But this can revolutionize pretty much every vertical. We're talking art, visual art, we're talking about movies, of course, we're talking about finance and the financialization of assets on a blockchain. We're talking about cultural assets and IP. We're talking about things that have existed maybe in the Web 2 world as one thing, but in the Web 3 world, permissionless, remix culture becomes something completely different. We're already seeing it happen. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, but for some reason, it feels like we're still kind of stuck. There is one very big problem with NFTs. Because blockchains are public by default, we're going to get to at least one blockchain that isn't, but because almost every blockchain, layer 1 blockchain, is public by default, digital ownership with NFTs is kind of broken. It doesn't feel like real world ownership. I can give an example, right? Like if something is in your house, we know we own it because it's in our house. We invite people into our house. We invite people to interact with the things that we own. If we choose to share something with other people, then it feels like we have control over it. It's not enough for it to just be something that we say we own or that sits in a wallet we can claim we own. It's still not true ownership if we have to always let everybody into our house. Anybody can walk in and out and see everything. It feels very exposed. That's not true ownership, and that's because true ownership has its roots in privacy. Privacy being the right to share what you want with whom you want under the conditions that you want it to be shared. Without native privacy, without this privacy built into the NFT itself, we really can't build and hold value. Not for creators, right? The people who are putting their hearts and souls into creating non-fungible assets and art on the blockchain, but also for collectors. People who want to believe that when they buy these things, when they collect these things, when they put their own resources into these ecosystems and these assets of scarce cultural value, they want to know that this is going to be meaningful in the future, that it'll be worth something in the future. That when they own it, it feels like ownership. And if they choose to sell or transfer that ownership to something else, they need to know that person's going to value that ownership too. And the public by default model for NFTs does not support that. This brings me to Secret. I said that most layer 1s are like this, but Secret is not. We built Secret because we knew we needed a different kind of blockchain. We needed a blockchain that was private by default. It's a different model, but it's a better model. Because now you start with a blockchain where things are private until you want them to be public. If you choose to share something with someone, you can. All the data on the chain is encrypted if it's being used in an application. But if you choose to share it with an application, if you choose to share it with another user, you can. You can always make something private public again. You can always choose to share it. But once something starts public, you can't put that back. The cat does not go back in the bag. The toothpaste does not go back in the tube. The private by default model isn't just about having privacy. It's about having choice. Public by default model is not the choice model. Private by default is. And choice is everything. That consent is everything. When you're a creator, when you're a collector, and you're thinking about scarce digital assets, and you're thinking about identity and reputation represented as scarce digital assets on a blockchain. So Secret is a data privacy hub. Not only is it a layer 1 blockchain, it's also built to be interoperable with all these other blockchain universes. And maybe those are public by default, but we are a data privacy hub. When you're on Secret, you know that your privacy is being protected. The assets that are on Secret are protected in a way that they aren't on any other chain. And this is going to enable thousands of new kinds of applications to be built, especially for non-fungible assets, for metaverse applications, for gaming, all these things that rely on digital scarcity and the ability to have true digital ownership. They have special features, right? A Secret NFT is not like an Ethereum NFT. An Ethereum NFT has public ownership and public metadata. That's it. It's very inflexible. It's actually a shallow model. I call it shallow because it's just like, it's there and everybody knows what it is and everybody can see you have it, right? Like if you have a Bored Ape and you flex it on somebody, right? How cool is that? I'm flexing on you. I think it's actually a very shallow use case. All you're doing is proving you have something that somebody else doesn't. And everybody knows you have it. But a meaningful model would allow you to have public or private ownership. It would allow you to choose whether you're sharing this piece of your identity with somebody else or not. It would have public or private metadata. So some of it is known to everybody. The public metadata says everybody can know this. The private metadata says I'm the owner. As the owner, only I can know this unless I choose to share this with someone else. There's a lot of different use cases for Secret NFTs that have this native privacy and native access control, that can have public or private ownership, that can have public or private metadata. I put out a few here. I'll touch on them really quickly. But you can see that each of these use cases is just one of many use cases, and each of them has a lot of depth in itself. So creator monetization is one. You sell an NFT today, everybody knows what it represents, everybody can see it. There's this right-click save thing going on. I see you using an NFT, I'm just gonna grab the picture, I'm gonna download it, I'm gonna put it in something else. It's kind of like a weak argument, but it's still a confusing argument because it's kind of right. Like, why does everybody have the same access to something that I'm supposed to own? It doesn't feel like true digital ownership. But as a creator, what you can do with private metadata and secret NFTs is you can have something in the public metadata that everybody would know. And then in the private metadata, you put something that is the high resolution version of the image, or the full version of the song, or the full version of the movie. Anybody can see the preview, anybody knows what's inside, they know who created it, but the actual meaningful asset is something that is controlled and owned by the owner. It's a much more sustainable model, and I can make a much stronger argument why those kinds of NFTs are going to have value in a year or 5 or 10 than the shallow public by default NFT model. Then, of course, there's this private gallery use case. Maybe you don't want everybody to know exactly which NFTs that you own, but maybe there are some people that you do. You want to show it off for your friends. You want to do a private display in the metaverse. Well, without revealing everything in your wallet, without letting everybody walk into your house, you can do this private gallery model quite simply on a network like Secret, where anybody can sort of rent access to see what you have. And again, as the owner, you consented to that. You let somebody over to your house. It's a better model for the owner because now the collector has the agency and they can monetize their collection just as the creator monetized their creation initially. There's also tremendous privacy concerns for artists, especially artists who come from marginalized cultures or work in marginalized worlds. You care about your privacy and your security on a financial basis too. And on a network like Secret that's private by default, it's not just for information, it's not just for NFTs, it's for everything. And we give you those guarantees all across the network for everything that you do. That's important to artists, but it's also, again, important to big collectors who care about maybe not having everybody know that they own 10 Bored Apes and putting a big target on their backs, unless, of course, they are ready to tell someone that they own it. They're still having to consent. Again, a better model, a safer model for ownership. And then lastly, but very importantly, identity is very complicated. We want to express our identities with our communities oftentimes and not have to perform them for the entire world at once. Community access control with secret NFTs makes a lot of sense. You unlock access to this community through your ownership of this private by default NFT. And now you're in the community. And the community might know who you are and they might know what you have, and that's okay because you're all part of the shared culture. You all have the NFT or you all have this social context. But now you don't have to have everybody in the world knowing what you're doing. You have the safety of that community where you feel safe to share. And you're not forced to share everything with the world like you would on a public by default blockchain. So there's all these advantages, all these use cases for thinking about a private by default model for NFTs as the only model that's going to be sustainable. And the only reason we haven't had this is because we haven't had a network like Secret to build these rails. So people have tried a lot of things with NFTs, and that's already billions of dollars going through this industry. But imagine what it could be if only we embraced these kinds of use cases and built them on top of Secret. Ultimately, our goal is not just to be a privacy hub, but we want to be this issuance and settlement layer for any kind of non-fungible asset, or really any kind of asset, right? It could be a fungible asset as well. Because we believe that this access should be controlled on-chain. We shouldn't be forced to re-centralize all of this just because we originally started building on public by default rails. A lot of people have solved the problems that I'm talking about by going back off the blockchain or doing everything in a centralized database and then kind of slapping Ethereum on top of it. That's not an improvement. Web3 is supposed to be an upgrade. It's supposed to be a path forward. We shouldn't be taking steps backward. If Secret becomes this privacy hub, this settlement and issuance layer, this interoperable, universal private smart contract hub that we're building it to be, now we're interoperable with all of these ecosystems, interoperable with Ethereum, with Solana, with any of these chains that already have creator adoption, but we're offering something even more. We're offering the opportunity to build with privacy by default and experiment in ways that you can't in other ecosystems. And for us, that's incredibly inspiring, and it's a mission worth pursuing. And we believe that's what's gonna not only unlock value for creators and collectors, but that's what ultimately is gonna be the only way that we'll sustain it without having to take a step backward into the Web 2 world that was never working for creators to begin with. So, who's already building? If you've been here all day, if you've been listening all week to what's been going on, you probably already know at least about this one. So Legend DAO, and I'm getting to Kevin Smith in a second, that's the next slide, but Legend DAO is a play-to-mint NFT platform, and that's built on Secret. And its own universe, right? You build this entire gamified universe of discovering collections, minting collections from the biggest creators in the world, the biggest people who want to play in that sandbox, in that playground, and experiment and reach these communities. This is a platform that if you are a creator, you're going to want to launch on, because we can take that to a universe of collectors who know exactly what it is that you're trying to experiment with, what you're trying to build. They want to play in that playground with you. And all of this has a bunch of very unique mechanisms, like having the DAO treasury, backstopping and underwriting new collections, exclusive drops. Again, like, this is a world-class platform, and it's really only possible on Secret. Similarly, with Kilroy was here in particular, what Kevin Smith is dropping on Secret Network, and this is where I say make sure you come to the after party tonight at the venue, right? Open to the public at 9, going till 2. Kevin will be there. He's releasing his movie as an NFT. And there's a generative art collection that's launching, and it's all on Legend DAO. It has the behind the scenes footage. It utilizes the private metadata. It's much more inclusive, right? These are the kinds of creators we want telling the story that we've already been telling about the link between privacy as a technology, privacy as an ethos, and the way that creators are going to be empowered in Web3. He's been a storyteller his whole life, and now he's telling our story alongside us about why this is the platform that's going to unlock the next stage of evolution for NFTs in the metaverse. But even before this was launching, we had a ton of community experimentation as well, grassroots projects in the Secret ecosystem that were demonstrating the value of Secret NFTs. The one that I always like to feature. Any Anons in the audience? Why did you do that? Anyway, thank you, Anons. Anons was the very first PFP project to launch on Secret Network. So, CryptoPunks was one of the OG PFP projects on Ethereum. Like, every ecosystem has its own like OG collection, but this went beyond just an experimentation with the art and the culture of the network. Anons also used the private metadata, and it's super cool. It's that community access control use case that I was talking about. You put your Telegram handle in the private metadata, suddenly you unlock this universe, this Anon universe behind the scenes. But no one is going to know from looking at this NFT on the blockchain what the Telegram handle is. They can't go and dox you. They can't trace it back to your wallet, but everybody in that community knows that you definitely have an Anon, that it's definitely linked to something about your identity. And that's really cool. Within that community, there's a shared culture, a shared understanding of what it is to be an Anon, but unless you literally yell it out loud in the audience, nobody has to know that this is you. This is a really fun community. I very much encourage you to explore Anons after we're done here, and think about it. There's also gaming use cases. So I'm featuring one here, Orbum Wars, which is a tower defense game. They have an interesting model. A lot of these gaming use cases in Web3 have become pay to win. Right? You just go, like you know exactly what you need to buy. All the NFTs are on chain. You know exactly what you need to win. There's all these kind of weird economies that just centralize and then collapse, right? It's just not sustainable. On Secret, gaming is really interesting because you can have imperfect information games. It's a private by default network, right? It's the difference between chess and poker. Chess, everybody knows the game state. Poker, you don't know the cards, you don't know the deck. It's more interesting. Something could happen that you don't already know is going to happen. And Orbum Wars also has an interesting model that it's not pay to win. The only way to get the NFT drops is to play. You have to play, you have to earn the NFTs, and then there's the game mechanics on top of that, leveraging the privacy-preserving properties of the network to create an experience that we believe is going to be more sustainable for Web3 gamers. GameFi on Secret, or any kind of gaming metaverse, it's really a perfect fit. Then there's the free-to-mint NFT model, right? If you've ever collected a POAP on Ethereum, like proof of attendance protocol, there's ways to turn things you're already doing, experiences you're already having, things you're already creating, just into proof that you have done something, attended something, experienced something, learned something, connected with somebody else. But that makes so much more sense on a private by default platform like Secret. Because identity is the sort of thing, again, you want to selectively reveal. Maybe you don't want everybody to know exactly what you've done for all time. The same way that we don't want everybody to know our browser history all of the time. The same way we don't expose all of our cookies all of the time. Right? This is not the model that we want Web3 to evolve into, where everything is public by default to everybody. There's a reason we don't use ETH NFTs to represent our entire Web3 browsing history. We don't even know what we've given away in Web3. But on Secret, the model's flipped. You get rewarded for what you do in a way that's not forcing you to give up any privacy or any security. In fact, you just get rewarded because the badge can have private ownership. You can always prove you've done something when you want to prove you've done it. And then in the private metadata can be something that no one else has ever seen, that only owners of the badge can see, that you know no one else will ever see unless you let them see it. You've gotten something that you were just passively getting for yourself, proving your own experience, and you haven't given anything up. In fact, you've only unlocked something really cool. So we're really looking forward to some of the go-to-market partners we have for badges, which you'll be able to collect, which you'll be able to potentially trade, combine, use in a game universe. I'm not going to say too much, but it's a very cool primitive, and if you're a creator, we'd like to talk with you about how you could leverage this in your own platforms and creations. And then lastly, I want to feature our NFT marketplace, because if you've never gotten a Secret NFT or seen one, you can go to Stash. It's at stashh.io. We've had 100,000 users. We've had a lot of connected wallets. There's over 200 collections that are already available to browse. You can browse, you can buy. Badges are also available to claim and mint on Stash. So there's a lot of platforms emerging in our ecosystem to let you do these things. I also promised I would feature my shoes. If you can't see them, I'll move a little closer. These shoes are Secret NFTs by the viral team V-IRL. Go viral. Yeah, they're linked to Secret NFTs. This is the kind of crazy stuff you can only do on Secret, right? Because they're using the private metadata, and I don't have to dox my wallet just wearing my shoes, guys. This is cool stuff. So anyway, check out Mainnet Stash if you want to get your first Secret NFT. This is the website. Take a picture. You have 3 seconds before I go to the last slide, which you should also take a picture of. Time is up. If you want to build, join the Discord, follow the Twitter, come to the Discord, all of these things, take a picture, follow up with us. If you haven't seen a secret agent in the halls, you're probably blind, and that's okay. I'll be up by the booth. It was really wonderful to see all of you. Don't forget the event tonight. Please enjoy the rest of Decentral. And yeah, come build on Secret, guys. It's a lot of fun.
Thanks again, Tor. Tor has always a great, amazing speaker and keynote as well. And what we really love about both Secret Network and the mission of that is really just, again, focus on decentralization and privacy. A lot of things in the spaces we saw with Web3 has gravitated towards centralization and public doxing, which kind of makes no sense, especially for NFTs. NFT degens are freely giving away a lot of their data and everything as well. So this is kind of a good segue, kind of hopping on to the next upcoming topic in relations to privacy is kind of your identity, your decentralized identity, privacy. We even saw Vitalik talk a little bit about reputation, decentralized reputation through soulbound tokens as well. So there's a lot of new interesting concepts, and we're still, as we're kind of navigating Web3 as well, the need for your digital reputation identity is even more important, but then also is your data as well. So I'm here to welcome the next upcoming stage, and we'll bring on the members here. Let's see, we've got the moderator, Tyler. How's it going, Tyler?
Hey, how's it going, Justin?
Awesome. Then we got Seth. Hey, Seth, nice seeing you again.
Good to see you as well.
And then Ingo from Kilt.
Hi.
And Robert from Crown Sterling as well. I think everybody here was here at the Central Austin, so nice to see you guys back again. Always great having you guys, and thanks again for joining us here at DeFi Summit. But I'll give the floor back to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us, Justin. We appreciate it. This is the Identity and Privacy in Web3 panel, and I am your moderator. I'm the host of the NFT and Chill podcast, and I'll be introducing our speakers for this panel. First, we have Ingo from Kilt Protocol. Want to give yourself an introduction, Ingo?
Yeah, hi, I'm Ingo from Kilt Protocol. I'm the founder. Kilt Protocol, as most of you probably know, is around decentralized identity. So we are implementing DIDs, which are decentralized identifiers, and verifiable credentials, which together form decentralized digital identity on a blockchain. We're part of the Polkadot ecosystem. That's enough, I think.
Awesome. Next, we have Seth Estrada from Mind Your Biz.
Hey, thanks for having me on the panel. My name is Seth. I run the outlet mindyour.biz, and I do a bit of infrastructure consulting for institutional groups within the space, including some Web3 marketing agencies, as well as NFT projects and high-value blockchain projects, tokens, feasibility, but with a strong emphasis on privacy and on security.
Awesome. Next, we have Robert Grant, CEO of Crown Sterling.
Hi. Yeah, Crown Sterling is a quantum-resistant blockchain platform that utilizes an encryption technology called one-time pad. We're the first to do that. One-time pad is the same encryption that is used on things like nuclear codes and such. And it's entirely uncrackable because it's based on information theory instead of just number theory and mathematics. We're also into compression. So we compress our keys for cryptography in a patent solution for that. And we want to be able to provide both compression as well as encryption for consumers in a decentralized format, as well as for other blockchains as well that are looking to become quantum resistant and compliant with kind of the new standards that are coming out now that quantum computers are available.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you all for being here. We're going to talk about identity in Web3 and the importance of it, and kind of, that's, so what we'll do is we'll start with Seth, and, can you speak a little bit about the importance of identity in Web3 and kind of what it means to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, my journey into blockchain and into Web3 allowed me to start to see early on that pseudonymity was the name of the game for a lot of years. And identity was something that didn't seem desirable for a long time. So, I mean, you can tell the old dogs that still care to have the Bitcoin logo anywhere in their branding, or still, we still believe, right? Hard to shake the faith, right, of an old Bitcoin believer or Bitcoin maximalists like me. But pseudonymity was the name of the game. It wasn't really identity as such. We wanted to know that we could quickly change things, and then it was very high touch, being able to achieve some level of anonymity, right? Like, you got to do all these things. You got to understand how Tor works. Got to understand your IP hygiene, right? Using VPNs and understanding who the service providers are for your VPNs and the combination of services that you have to put together, and then also start doing key provisioning on your own. It's a crazy journey, right, that we've been on. But fast forward to today, with all these newer solutions that are coming into play, so that we don't have to worry quite so much about the implications of having an ID, like an actual identification that we stand behind, and then being able to either behind, custom ZK proofs or some other layers and other encryption tunnels and gates and such, being able to just release the parts of information that we want. It's great to see that we're finally getting there. It was a dream for years, right? But yeah, I guess that's kind of my take on it. I like looking at this, and trying to evaluate where all the threat surfaces are, where all the attack surfaces are, because that's what I have to do for my clients, right? Like, how do we prevent absolute financial ruin by being insecure with the way that we hold this information? So it's great to know that we're almost at the point where for the retail participant, it is turnkey.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the space is growing, but safety, privacy, things like that are extremely important for the growth of the space and for new people coming in, because a lot of the average person, they when they hear DeFi and NFTs and blockchain and all that, they get kind of hesitant because of the security and safety and privacy issues. So it's good to see companies like everyone on stage here that are trying to help bridge that gap with being safe and private in the space. Ingo, can you, I guess, describe what identity in Web3 means to you and Kilt Protocol?
Yeah, definitely. So I think identity is one of the great promises of Web3. Web3 was a little bit renamed in the last half year by industry probably. But what we actually thought of when we started this Web3 movement in 2016, 2017, was that we looked at Web2 and we looked at everything that was wrong there. And there were a lot of things wrong, basically, because it was just an application layer built on a very, very small internet protocol layer. So we said, actually, we have to bring things which are necessary for everyone. We have to bring them out of the application layer, away from the Facebooks of the world, and into a protocol layer which is owned by basically everyone. And ownership is definitely one of the big things there, and this is the NFT part, but identity is another one, which is even more corrupt, basically, in the Web2 than ownership, because ownership just didn't exist. And this is why we set out and founded this company in 2018 to solve exactly that problem. And at the same time, there was the forming of the Decentralized Identity Foundation, the DIF, which now includes more than 300 companies, including smaller ones like blockchain companies, but also bigger ones like Microsoft and IBM, where we set out to define standards, how to actually code an identity and define what actually an identity is, because identity is not identification. An identifier in the physical world would be, for example, my face, and in the blockchain world would be probably my wallet address or something. But this is not enough. Identity grows in the physical world, like you get more and more credentials from trusted entities, like the driver's license, your passport, or your library card, your whatever you have, your university degree. And these credentials are always linked to your identifier. So they have a picture of my face, for example, and then I own them, and then I can do with my credentials whatever I want to do. Right? I can go to a bar and show my driver's license to prove my age. And this is totally asymmetric, because the people who issued this driver's license, they don't know that I visited this bar. So this is total privacy, actually, right? And as you just said, disclosing parts of this of credential is also a very important part. We call that selective disclosure. You can do this with your driver's license. You can basically put your finger in front of your name, right? Why does the bar guy needs to know what your name is? He needs to see the picture compared with your face, and then see the date of birth and see if you're 18, and then he has to check maybe if this credential is actually a valid credential, because it was issued by a trusted entity that he trusts, and then you get going somehow. And in the Web2, we basically changed this really successful model, which was working for like 500 years. We changed it to now everything is owned by Facebook and you have nothing. And they start communicating with other services about your credentials, which they hold, which you never see. And this was so wrong. And in the Web3, we basically, what we made is that we took all this, the processes from the physical world, and we re-implemented them in the digital world, so that you can now create your own identifier on your computer, that you can be a trusted entity which issues credentials, that you can hold your credentials, and that you choose who to share your credentials with. And this is, I think, the solution for it. And I'm pretty happy that we finalized the standardization part and also the implementation part. So this is all there now. And this is for developers, this is great news actually, because you can now start building applications on top of these things, right? They are standardized and they are implemented and they are ready to use.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think, you mentioned, the difference between Web 2 and Web 3 was learning from our mistakes. And I think that's what's really awesome about, the space as a whole, like even with cryptocurrency and DeFi, like we're trying to make it better for everyone and learn from the mistakes that, government controlled fiat have made. So, I think that was a great point. And for digital identity in the space, the average person uses, like you said, ENS names, their wallet addresses, unstoppable domains. Some people even use their NFTs as their digital identity in Web3. And I think, that is, as the space moves forward, I think that will get, more prevalent. So, Robert, can you explain what digital identity means to you in Crown Sterling?
Sure. Let me put it in brass tacks, I guess. I have a Telegram following personally, and yet when you do a search on Telegram for my name, there are 9 different Robert Edward Grants with my same logo and everything. And it made me think immediately of like metaverse, because I think, most of us would probably agree that it's not going to be that there's only one metaverse. There's going to be many. And what's going to basically transit through those different metaverses will be the identity that you choose, your own avatar, right? Whatever that avatar is. I have, a significantly sized social media presence. And so I have the same kind of marketing look and feel and everything for that avatar, if you will, in social media. And I think it's going to likely be the same on, in metaverse and in Web3. So how do we protect ourselves from just everybody being able to step in and say they used to be the Nigerian prince, that's now you, right? Yeah. And that's kind of the reality of the situation, right? So, yeah. and it's crazy because they have bots as well. They've gotten the Nigerian prince got sophisticated because they have bots go into my Telegram and they actually copy all my original content and they post it on there, so people that go on the other pages, and some of the other pages have more followers than my page does. It's hilarious. It's like, there are pages with my name on it that have like 10,000 followers on Telegram. And heaven forbid that happens on, Instagram and Facebook, but very likely it already is happening, right? People are getting hacked all the time. So I think that what we're trying to do is we have created a product in addition to our quantum resistant cryptography, which I think is going to be critically important to be able to protect your identity. And then also combining that with our unique mathematical compression technology, what we've also built is the quantum resistant VPN. So my phone right now has on it a quantum resistant VPN that I can turn on. It's backed by one-time pad. It encrypts everything on my phone, all of my data, all of my geolocation, all of my search history, everything gets encrypted. So even though still the other carriers that have relationships with, whether it's Facebook or whether it's Amazon or whomever that can reach into my phone, they may get access to my data, but it's all encrypted with one-time pad, so they can't do anything with it. It's like worthless to them. I think that's the first step that we're going to each start having to think about taking. It's no longer just about encrypted messaging apps, which none of the current encrypted messaging apps are quantum resistant, but it's going to be about having our entire digital lives, which are really just an extension of our own identities, be now protected because we can encrypt through like quantum resistant VPNs and phone communications and everything, such that none of that data can be used by another party. I just wrote a book that's going to be coming out. It's getting published by a publishing house called Greenleaf and Fast Company, you may have heard of. And basically the name of the book is Neuromind, but it's not M-I-N-D, it's M-I-N-E-D, because we're all being neuromined of data. Data is the new oil. It's most valuable asset in the world. And we believe that, it actually gives a real possibility of a true, basic universal basic income for people if we could be the ones who actually can benefit from the original production of our own data. And if we can blockchain that data, but first, in order to blockchain it, you have to encrypt it, you have to put a fence around it. So we've created an ecosystem within Crown Sterling so that people will be able to do that. And I think this is going to be a critical aspect of being able to protect your identity, which ultimately your identity is going to be your most valuable asset.
Yeah, absolutely. Identity has become so important in Web3, and like building your social equity on, these social platforms in the metaverse, on Twitter. So yeah, I mean, it's become kind of, almost as important as anything else in the space is your identity and the social equity you can create in the space.
I mean, think about how much money we spend on this and time and effort. On Instagram and Facebook, I have under my name about 500,000 followers.
Yeah.
And what happens if all of a sudden someone comes in and just takes that over, and I have no way to stop that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk about a massive value attrition. It's incredible.
Well, and even when I was making the post about this panel, I was adding all of you on here, and your companies as well, and I noticed that there were 3 or 4 Robert Grants who were trying to pose as you, and also there were 4 different Crown Sterlings.
Yeah, no, it's a freaking nightmare. So it needs to be, and that's why I started the company, is because I thought, geez, we need to have some mechanism for this. It can't just be pound sand. At least Instagram has mechanisms, like you can get the blue tick and stuff like that, and verifications with them. But Telegram doesn't have anything right now. And when you think about where this could go with Metaverse and Web3, oh my God.
Yeah. The privacy and the safety of the space definitely need to catch up with the technology. That's for sure. So we're moving to Seth. What do you think is the future of technology and safety in the space?
I mean, unpopular opinion, it's going to be hybrid. It's we already operate within a blend of centralized and decentralized infrastructure, even when we talk about Web3, right, and Metaverse in particular, right? I mean, it'd be computationally just too heavy a burden to bear to have every single interaction recorded to any blockchain. Even if you have the most highly performant blockchain in the world, if you have every single gamer in the world choosing to commit every single action at all times, it would just be poor contract design, right? To commit all that data to a blockchain. So we're already dealing with the realities of the upper limit of performance on blockchain when we talk about not ID, but metaverse. So since we have digital ID becoming such an essential component of metaverse, I think it's also fair to presume that a lot of the future of that digital ID is going to be leaning on blockchain, yes, for checkpointing, yes, for being able to store certain amounts of data, transaction hashes, and even just initial hashes for commits of identifying bits of info. But I mean, encryption isn't broken. A lot of encryption isn't broken. It's good that also we're hearing about quantum encryption being pioneered right now so that it never does break. But let's be very clear. Encryption doesn't require decentralization. So I believe the future is going to be of finding that blend of decentralized and centralized infrastructure to be able to serve the needs of every citizen of the future metaverses. And if there does ultimately become one metaverse to rule them all, how do we make sure that we maintain our sovereignty before they fully take over?
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the best of both worlds is the best option. Robert, someone has asked, what is the name of the VPN?
It's going to be called Orion.
Orion. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to Ingo. Same question. What do you think of for the future of identity in the space, and also safety to go along with it.
Yeah, so identity, I think, is something that will generally be decentralized. But Seth is absolutely right. That doesn't mean that everything has to be decentralized. Blockchains are not very good in computing, and they are extremely bad in storing things. When you look at use cases which you meet, I think 95% of them are better off on a centralized service. And then there's those 5% which really need a blockchain, and then you should go on blockchain. So I think that actually identity is one of the things which will remain on blockchain, because we have seen already in the past that centralization of identity data is absolutely dangerous. And I'm not talking about governments, because as I said, the government ID is basically really decentralized, because not every credential that I own is issued by the government. Most of them actually are not. They are issued by banks, they are issued by libraries, they are issued by universities, they're issued by schools, they're issued by a lot of things, and not by the government. There's only this passport and maybe the driver's license comes from government. So it is actually already decentralized. Also the face is totally decentralized, because no government gave me that face. I somehow didn't know. That's definitely decentralized, and it will be decentralized in the future, because when we see the problems and the enormous power which has accumulated with just a handful of companies all around the world, by storing the digital identity of people, this is something that definitely has to end. And any solution out of that, where you would assume a somehow permissioned or centralized or private entity, even if it's a consortium of companies or whatever, which would take care, or governments, even worse, which would take care of your identity, then you're screwed in the end, right? So this is something where we can safely say that industry has already understood. Some governments still have some issues with understanding, but sometimes they are a little bit slower, and governments will understand that as well. So if you look at government identity projects right now, especially in the European Union where I live, it is all like, hey, can we do this on a permission blockchain? Well, they will find out later that this probably won't work so good, because it is somehow centralized again. And then when we have the metaverses, people will start earning money in the metaverse, and then the governments will come and say, well, actually, where's my tax cut, which I want to have out of that? And then they will move into decentralized identity, because it will be already there in the metaverse. So my prediction is probably this is going to take another 7-8 years or so, but it's definitely going to happen. And so for identity, this is the technology. Decentralized is the right technology. For many other things, it is definitely not. So gaming has some parts which can be made on a blockchain, but the high computation stuff is either going to be edge computing, or it is on central servers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Robert, we're actually going to ask you a different question, because you mentioned that, how important it is to protect, identity with social media, and how difficult it can be. Mm-hmm. So, for the future, like, does Crown Sterling or yourself have anything coming that is going to protect someone's identity, on social media, in the metaverse, anything like that? Can you speak on that?
Yeah, that's definitely in our plan. It'll be an extension of the Orion app, which right now is in beta. I've got it on my phone. It's pretty cool. When you land I go to Dubai pretty often, and when you land in Dubai, the government has a standing practice to literally like tap into your phone. I don't know if you guys knew that, but it's true. And so they get access to your data and information right away, but not if you have VPN, which is kind of nice. And also, I just want to make one thing clear. The U.S. government just announced, you guys might not be aware of this yet, but you can look it up. The U.S. government just announced a few months ago, starting in February, from the White House, that every branch of the U.S. government has to be transitioning over from encryption protocols that are not quantum resistant, like elliptic curve, as well as RSA encryptions, over to quantum resistant protocols, which include really only one-time pad, and then there's 3 others that they just mentioned. And that is a big, big thing that they've literally just did a massive thing on. So you can look at that. It's not happening yet in blockchain because there's nobody in the blockchain world. There's no real advocacy that unites all the blockchain companies to then say, okay, we need to basically make a cutover and change. And I think that there should be something like that, quite frankly. But basically that has happened. So I think there's going to be a need for quantum resistance within the blockchain community very soon. If certainly at least in following with where the U.S. government, every branch of the U.S. government has to be compliant with within the next month now already. The other thing is, you're right, it doesn't have to be on blockchain. Encryption doesn't have to be on blockchain. We provide encryption products also through one of our other businesses called Theon to companies like IBM, the U.S. government, and others, right? And none of it is blockchain oriented. However, we did want to be able to create a mechanism so that other blockchains will be able to use our quantum resistant encryption as a wrapper. So it's a wrap that goes around, and you pay a small gas fee for doing so, but it's a wrap that goes around. And in that, you can, it also includes things like decentralized key storage and decentralized storage of data as well, with using our compression technology that we utilize to develop our key compression for one-time pad. Because with one-time pad, every single character has to be individually encrypted. So if you have a gigabyte file, you have a gigabyte key. That's why it's very, very robust. We figured out how to do it, and that compression makes it very possible that it's actually even more efficient from a storage space capacity requirement than current compressions, as well as current methods for key storage, which generally don't really use compression. Now, as far as like what kinds of technologies we will provide, in addition to our quantum VPN, the quantum VPN actually is a combination wallet. It's a combination messaging app as well. So it's got full messaging capabilities within it. Eventually, it'll be a social platform also for people to be able to connect with each other. So you can kind of think like a combination of Venmo, except that it won't be showing everybody what they're purchasing. I can't stand that about Venmo. And then, but also it'll have kind of like a social aspect that you can utilize and build within a community if you want all of it in a decentralized network. Our whole framework is built on a Polkadot substrate, and we're also moving towards a parachain. So, and we've had meetings with Parity, which is really exciting about that. And I think we're kind of well down the path on that now. And then the other aspect of this is that this quantum VPN as well will eventually have the ability for you to encrypt, as it were, and protect your identity so that it can't be used across multiple different platforms. We haven't thought about yet for general social media. We might, but certainly we are building that into our avatar approach for an avatar that could be built that could go and transact and go across multiple different metaverse environments. So think of it like as an encryption shield.
That's awesome. We lost our moderator. Just going to respond.
Yeah, I know.
Sounds great.
We just keep on talking.
Yeah.
They can't take us.
Yeah. We can wrap encryption for a while too. I mean, so NIST, as you know, this month they only just released their 4 candidates for quantum resistant encryption. But I mean, they had a few years that they had that project going, and so no, I'm excited. I'm excited for the chats after our panel.
I'm excited about you, Robert, coming into the Polkadot ecosystem. So welcome, and I think we will have some fun together in the future.
I think so too. No, I'd love to connect with you guys whenever after it. I'd love to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe we can write it in the chat, but it looks like our moderator's back. So
I'm back. So we're actually reaching the end of the panel. We have some really awesome people coming up next. So real quick, we'll just go around and tell everybody where they can find you and your company. Seth Estrada, why don't you go first?
Sure, I kept it really simple. This link right here will forward you to my YouTube channel. That's the fastest way to hear from me, and I'm very interactive there. I've also _biz on Twitter, and very interactive there. Love to chat. DMs are open. Please don't abuse them.
Excellent, excellent. Ingo, why don't you tell people where they can find you in Kilt Protocol?
Kilt.io. There you find all the social stuff, and you find me, and you find the group, and you find everyone in there.
Excellent. Robert Grant from Crown Sterling.
Mine is just crownsterling.io, but also you can find stuff on my social media at just Robert Edward Grant, and on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, on all those different things.
Excellent, excellent. I want to thank all of you for coming up and giving so much great information in this panel. And I'm the mayor, also Ty Greenfield on Twitter, LinkedIn. You can find me everywhere. You can also catch the NFT and Chill podcast on any platform that plays podcasts. So I also want to thank DecentralCon for putting on this event and having us come up and speak. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Good to meet you both.
Yeah,
Nice
good to meet you guys.
All right, all the best.
And thanks again for the amazing panelists. Been covering again a lot of the different topics, exploring deep down into DeFi, from decentralized identity, privacy, data, even with Crown Sterling talking about quantum resistance. That's like even further down in the rabbit hole. But coming up in the near future, especially since I saw some quantum computation and computers being advanced even further as well. Kind of jumping into the next topic as well. Actually, one thing I want to say is what you saw previously was our preview for Decentral Miami. Again, we're going to be returning back to downtown Miami. We have twice the venue space, so definitely be on the lookout. Join us over there as well. So up next, we have another great topic, which we always like to share here in Decentral, is that we are not a max event. We're a combined Web3. We bring NFT and DeFi degens all together, and we're fully multi-chain. Last year, Decentral Miami, we had 30 plus protocols, layer 1, layer 2s come together. We had Polygon Bro, Cosmos, Polkadot, and many more that came through and represented all the projects that are coming in DeFi and NFTs as well. So what we're excited to talk about here is kind of just, for us, we're just all about multi-chain, cross-chain. And so we have another amazing panel of speakers here talking about the need for cross-chain and multi-chain DeFi as well. So we'll bring on top to stage, we got Corey from Gigster. How's it going, Corey?
I'm doing fantastic. And yourself?
Hey, good. Awesome. Always great having you. Then we'll bring on Alex from Tender Finance.
Hey, man. How are you?
Hey, good. Awesome. We got Will from Rhino Fi, and then John from Liquid Meta as well too.
Hey guys.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all for joining today, and everyone out there watching. Please feel free to drop any questions or anything in the comments. And thank you, Decentral, for putting this on. We've got a good panel today. My name is Corey Heimel. I am from Gigster. I lead up all of our blockchain practice, and will be your lovely moderator for the next 30, 40 minutes. And we've got a pretty good panel today with some very interesting gentlemen on to be discussing around really the need for cross-chain, right? And as we move into Web3, we've seen this organic growth over time, and what it means for crypto bridges, and what does cross-chain interoperability mean, and what's the implications to that for the market, and what is our projections for the future. And that kind of cross-cuts through a number of different topics, but we're going to have some great discussion here. So again, like I said, in the comments, drop some questions, anything that you want these guys to answer. It will be fantastic. But with that, I want to kick it over for some quick intros. And as we're tiled on the screen, Alex, I will let you go first.
Awesome. Yeah. So my name is Alex Gierczak. I am the CEO of Tender Finance. We are a DeFi protocol that's working on solving capital efficiency in DeFi. So what I mean by that is, we're DeFi farmers, yield yield farmers, degens ourselves, and there's a lot of opportunities in DeFi that we try to take advantage of while they last. And doing that is actually very inefficient usually. If you borrow money on Aave, you get maybe 50% LTV, 50% leverage. We're trying to solve that to allow people to collateralize all of their assets and use their capital much more efficiently in the decentralized economy. So that's what we're doing.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And then next I'll do the tile move around. And so John, kick it over to you.
Yeah, hey, I'm John Weisblad. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Liquid Meta. We're actually a publicly traded company here in Canada. We trade on the NEO, the OTC pink sheets in the US, Frankfurt in Germany. Our business and our mission is to really be the bridge between traditional finance and decentralized finance. I come from a world of TradFi, and like most of my former colleagues, we're always looking for ways to have better accessibility to this decentralized environment. And so Liquid Meta is building tools, software capabilities in order to bridge that gap. Much like the person before me, we're a liquidity mining operation, the first publicly traded liquidity mining operation, globally speaking, that we know of. We use our own balance sheet to mine liquidity and provide yield to our shareholders. In addition to that, and more important to that is we're building a platform called the MetaBridge. The MetaBridge is going to be a product that is offered to TradFi users looking to more effectively, more efficiently, more seamlessly access these emerging yields across decentralized finance. We do it in a very thoughtful, hedged, and a very diversified manner. So building that technology as we speak today, and currently mining liquidity on our balance sheet. Nice to meet you.
Awesome. And Will?
Yeah, I'm Will. I'm the founder of RhinoFi, which until last week was called Diversify. So it's a new rebrand. Our mission is to make it as easy as possible to access the best opportunities DeFi has to offer. We started off doing that on Ethereum, and specifically with Ethereum layer 2. So Diversify was one of the first teams to build on a roll-up to make it really cheap and easy to use DeFi on Ethereum. We spent about 2 years tackling all the UX issues associated with scaling Ethereum with rollups, and now we're basically taking that same sort of learnings and skill set of making DeFi as accessible as possible and applying it to the entire sort of multi-chain universe of DeFi, trying to tackle specifically the problems of friction of using bridges, moving between different chains, paying for gas in different places, different wallets. And making it super easy for people to come and access everything that DeFi has to offer.
Got it. So we've got a good swath, I think, of experience here as well as backgrounds. And you can't see me, can you? Or is it all there? We're back. The squares are back. Yeah. So to kick it off, right? So the whole topic of this is discussing really around, the impact of multi-chain and what all that means. But to kind of set the stage for everyone that's out there, it's always good to kind of set a little bit of context for where we are with everything. So just to kind of put it out there is that, the way that, the DeFi ecosystem has kind of organically grown over time, is this kind of myriad of chains, right? And all of them may have potentially varying overlapping value props that they bring to market, but it all kind of, I think the way to really state it is, Vitalik had put forth this term of, the blockchain trilemma, right? And that's around, around chains being all three: decentralized, the security, and the scalability. And there was an interesting kind of position that, that the blockchain trilemma can be addressed with this cooperative multi-chain model that will really supercharge like capital optimism for DeFi in the future. And so if we put it in that context, right, and if we're looking at from the point that one of the ways to solve part of the blockchain trilemma and really boost DeFi where it should be in the future looking forward, and if we put it in the context of, what's the problem like without interoperability? Like if we don't address multi-chains and if we don't try to solve this bridging problem, like what happens if we don't do it, I think is kind of an interesting way to look at it. So with that, like, Will, I might kick it to you first and see your thoughts.
So I think there was this belief, maybe even as recently as a year and a half ago, that maybe we wouldn't get this multi-chain DeFi ecosystem. It could have just been one chain to rule them all. Maybe that was Ethereum, Solana, something else that just sort of was able to scale and handle every DeFi application that there should ever be. The reality is very different from that now, and I think it's very hard to kind of stick by that viewpoint. Different sort of solutions are all competing with each other, whether those are Ethereum EVM chains or something completely different. They offer different trade-offs on this trilemma that you spoke about. Some might be maybe slightly less decentralized, but much faster and easier to build on. Others might optimize for different things depending on the application. And so it's clear that at least for the next 5 years, I think we're going to still be in this phase of experimentation. We're going to have all these new solutions, layer ones, layer twos launching. And if we can't offer a single seamless user experience to access all of them, actually, it's going to become very difficult for any of those particular solutions to compete with centralized solutions. So if we look at things like Celsius, Binance, which are in a way almost like UX overlays over DeFi, they make it really easy to use all the different chains. But if we want it to happen in a decentralized way, we need great solutions for bridging. We need to really tackle UX issues of this kind of fragmentation that is a result. And so I think DeFi specifically is at this kind of inflection point where either we're going to find a way to make it feel like one seamless decentralized network via interoperability, or actually I think a lot of users are going to end up sticking with the centralized solutions and a lot of the potential of DeFi will be lost. Yeah,
That's a great point. And, looking for future growth, I think I think a lot of times it gets lost at the scale of what we're really trying to push for is so much bigger than where we are. And, Alex, over to you. It's that if we're, when we think about, multi-chain, I think that there's a few different ways to put it, right? And some of the things that are being done now is removing the friction for users that it takes to move in between chains, right? So behind the scenes, a lot of heavy lifting's being done to move, and it's just kind of skinning in the front to say, hey, here's a single pane, and it all, looks, it all looks good. I mean, that seems like the near term, things is being solved, but how do you see that kind of evolving beyond, and is just offering a platform that provides a UX that seems multi-chain, but maybe behind it not, is that the kind of best course in the near term, or do you see there's maybe a more shift on the near horizon?
Great question. So, there's a couple solutions for multi-chain right now. Bridging, obviously, and so you put one asset in a vault somewhere, and then you mint a new asset somewhere else, and that may require a partnership with whoever is the issuer of that asset. Wrapped tokens are another solution. So if you go onto Binance or Crypto.com and you withdraw to the Crypto.com chain, the Binance chain, that's a wrapped token. Mm-hmm. So these are solutions that are very convenient right now, but they're not as intuitive as what you were describing, which is like, hey, let me go to Aave, let me deposit on any chain, let me withdraw to any chain. That's very convenient. That doesn't exist yet. I think it will exist. I think that to make that work, there's still some work that needs to be done, because really what that is, specifically that example, that's still using bridging. That's still using wrapped tokens. It's just that it's behind the scenes now, and it's happening in like a rebalance kind of way. Like, oh, we don't have enough Ethereum on the Avalanche network. Let's, discreetly move some Ethereum from, Ethereum mainnet to Avalanche so that there's some money available for people to withdraw. And, and there's some problems with like, well, what if a lot of people withdraw all at once in one chain? Or if you have some chaos, like what happened with Terra, all these things have to be thought about and figured out. But I think at the end of the day, we will have these really beautiful, convenient interfaces that are what we're driving for, and what I think is necessary for this industry to adopt more people, especially less sophisticated people.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting you bring up the Terra example, right? Because I think that, where everything is right now in the current, market climates is that, one of the big talking points around the benefits of creating this multi-chain universe, right? And this interoperability between chains is that it adds and creates the opportunity for so much more liquidity to come to the market, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't kind of like silo it into these kind of niche places that become susceptible to collapse if there's a run on it or something else that goes on. which, John, with that capability, right? So like, let's, with that idea that if we create easier ways for people to move in between chains, that opens the door for more liquidity. And as an overall like economic system of DeFi to stand on its own, like, does having more liquidity like create this more secure kind of environment or platform overall?
So for me, Corey, it all comes down to adoption rates and adoption curves. For the industry to grow, we need greater adoption, we need greater users, like more users, more diversified users, enhanced liquidity, right? So I think it's fair to assume that in order for DeFi to succeed, you need greater adoption rates again and more diverse liquidity. But I want to go back to something that Alex said, because you brought up something really interesting. And you've used the term less sophisticated people, right? So if you look at myself and my background, right, 20 years portfolio manager, TradFi, running a hedge fund, it took me 24 months or more, and I'm still learning how to move from one network to the other, like literally every day, all day, really trying to figure it out. Because unlike some of my peers, my co-panelists, I'm not the guy behind the scenes, coding, new platforms, new protocols, building smart contracts. I'm the typical user that I think you're referring to, but when you say less sophisticated, and also trying to gain that user, people like myself, to acquire greater adoption. I don't think until their user experience is more seamless, more frictionless, easier to use, easier to access, safer, right? Or the believability that it's safer to move across chain using bridges. The traditional financial professional, the bulk of the capital in this world that we all want to adopt DeFi in order to make it just a better, more liquid environment. I think that we really need we need the technology and the capabilities to cater more to the less sophisticated. And until that happens, we're going to be stuck in an environment with less liquidity, more crypto savvy technologists running capital through the system. And until we can actually open the doors up to more people like myself, I don't think that we're going to have that exponential growth that we're all anticipating. So that's kind of how I would tie in all of those points.
All right, so we reduce the barrier to entry, right? We make it easier on the back end, and overall, what that allows for is mass market adoption, right, of it, which brings the liquidity, which brings the robustness, makes it more stable, and overall creates this kind of flywheel effect to help it grow.
The way that I think that I would look at DeFi, if I wasn't a co-founder, CEO of a publicly traded DeFi company, if I was an investor, an outsider looking in, the way I look at it is you can compartmentalize all types of investments and strategies, right? So in most large buckets of capital, there's always a portion for alternatives. Alternatives could be distressed debt, private debt, hedge funds, infrastructure, real estate, right? I think when we're looking for rising adoption rates, we want that alternative bucket one day down the road. I don't know if it's 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, to really be able to add DeFi Web3 to that bucket. And the only way that bucket, that alternative bucket, it adds DeFi, it adds crypto, it adds all of those new emerging technologies to that category, is if user experience improves and if the pipes improve. So that's kind of the way I see things playing out.
Yeah, and that I think it's critical, and we can't like really, hit on it enough. God, if I could talk, we can't hit on it enough around like improving this user experience, because again, like, if you look at the number of active open wallets and stuff, it's still such a small fraction, 1% or something of everyone out there. So we have a lot of, there's a lot of growth opportunities in that, and really in the near term. And I think that a lot of like traditional market, kind of understanding of this idea of being able to, to move in between chains and being able to change tokens really quickly is one aspect, kind of it. But on the flip side of that, of just being able to move quickly in between chains or across different tokens or different platforms, there is this other idea of like long-term investment within DeFi, right? And what are the implications of being interoperable on that? And, Alex, to flip it over to you, when we think about, collateralizing like whole portfolios for long-term investment in DeFi, right? Because I think that's really going to be the big part that gives it legs, down the road, is this long-term investment vehicle. Like, how important is interoperability to this idea that you're holding an asset for long term? Like, is it even important to be able to move in between chains, or not as much?
Great question. Yeah. So with long-term holding, it's a little different. Like if you're moving around, then it's actually more important to be able to be interoperable, right? With long-term, it's like, okay, you can be a Bitcoin maxi and put your money in a paper wallet and cold storage, and it's years away. Interoperability doesn't matter to you. But if you're someone who wants to make the most of your capital, well, then it does matter. It matters a lot. And in that case, you're interested in being able to collateralize all your different assets. And probably, let's say if the whole crypto market cap is probably like $1 trillion right now, thereabout. Mm-hmm. I'd say probably 2/3 of that is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and major stable coins. Probably 2/3. The rest of that is everything else, and that's hundreds of billions of dollars, like $350 billion, probably around there. Most of that is not a collateralized asset. Like you can't use that as collateral. So there's a huge need for it. Like there's a tremendous need for it. If you're outside of the major cap coins, you would like to use your capital more efficiently. You would like to generate some yield on it. It's actually very hard to do that right now. So I think that if you have a long-term position in something like that, that's a bit more speculative, then it is more important, even though you have a very long-term position. So I guess it kind of depends on your needs. If you're very bullish and you want to take minimal risk, go put your money in a cold wallet, cold storage. If you're interested in, you still have a long-term thesis, but you're interested in making the most of your capital, then it's a lot more critical.
Got it. No, then that's an interesting point, because initially when I was thinking about it, right, when I think about long-term holds or traditional TradFi investing, is that I'm buying a stock of X and I'm going to hold my blue chip stock, and I don't need to move it anywhere for forever. Right. But I guess if you're looking at it from a portfolio management side, they are kind of shuffling and moving things back and forth all the time. And I think that's important for people to understand, is that idea of interoperability kind of transcends beyond just what people see as like the end user, but there also are all of these management funds and all of these opportunities that can be adapted from traditional finance into the DeFi world. And so, Will, to kick it over, to your end, is that, I always feel like it's very important, to think about, the builder market that we're in, right? And this is such a huge opportunity for like refocus into, I think as John had said, like building out the pipes, making sure that we're really focusing on this. And as we're entering this, this bear market, this builders market, Will, you had said before, for Diversify and for Rhino, is that, and every other DeFi project that's out there, like this is both a threat, and an opportunity. Could you maybe kind of like unpack what you meant by that?
Yeah, I think there are kind of two major areas, and we've talked about one of them already, which is the UX. And it's really hard even to extrapolate what users will be like of anything that's existing in DeFi, because almost every user is this lead user who loves the challenge of using a new bridge and moving to a new chain, and is willing to do that even if it's difficult, risky, just because they find it fun. But the users that we're trying to build for are not going to be like that. They are going to find that frustrating and annoying, give up. So I think the really key point is, one, that UX, which is just like over the next few years, the thing that everyone needs to be building towards to kind of make it easier, make it possible and safer. But the second actually is, we haven't touched on yet, which is the risk. So interoperability today is this sort of hidden risk that applies to everything in crypto and DeFi, and isn't really that visible. I think if you're building in the space, that when you build in a new bridge or use some assets from some other chain, you are obviously adding an extra thing that can go wrong. That bridge can be hacked. We've seen things like Wormhole and others where large amounts of funds were taken. And it's important to remember that in most cases, designs of these chains was to be sovereign standalone chains. Ethereum was never built in mind of having bridges to other chains. And that's the case for a lot of the main chains today. Whereas if we look at Cosmos, actually is one of the examples that was built with the idea of this multi-chain sort of thing in mind. It has IBC, this native low-level protocol that actually it kind of minimizes the risk. It's not riskless, but like puts everything down to the lowest level it can be, and kind of means that if you're building in that ecosystem, you don't need to build a new bridge or have some sort of smart contract that does it. And so there's kind of a whole range of bridges that are out there, but the opportunity to kind of solve these issues around these risks, making them much more transparent and minimizing them as much as possible before the next kind of wave of adoption happens, is I think one of the biggest ones right now. So it's kind of on the one side, improving the safety behind the scenes, and then making the user experience so seamless that users don't even need to know they're moving across chain, because it can be handled by an app like RhinoFi and lots of others who are building those kinds of solutions. I think today we allow users just to swap between tokens on Polygon and Ethereum Layer 2, for example. But when they do that, they don't need to switch to a new wallet. They don't need to have gas on the new chain they're going to, because we pay for it via meta transactions so they just sign in their browser, but we can broadcast on their behalf. And so we can get to a position that's much more seamless. You don't need to go use some other bridge app because it gets done on your behalf behind the scenes. And so there's a lot of work can be done there. And I think lots of the solutions are clear, but we've now got kind of a year or 2 years to actually build them all out before this, I think before the next wave of adoption can be unlocked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and that's you mentioned the vulnerability part, which I think is interesting. And do you see? I mean, so in my mind, like one of the main points of the vulnerabilities, and this is going to kind of like really smash you in the face of the ethos of Web3, but that's what we're here to do, right? Is give some counter positions. But I mean, would you see a potential a potential near-term solve for the vulnerabilities going between chains is that, like if you had one major, call it conglomerate that held a ton of liquidity across a lot of different tokens, right? And then, they basically turned into the superpower at B that provides, all this interoperability, and they do that exchanges behind closed doors as a way to help kind of solve some of those vulnerability risks. I mean, do you see that? I mean, is that even like a possible option?
I mean, I think that's happening now. Binance is doing that. If you deposit on one chain, you can often withdraw on another. I think it's a stopgap, which the industry has naturally evolved, and some bridges are close to that as well. But I'll let others answer. But I think that's something we have seen happen, but I think it's a temporary solution.
I think we have to be very careful with a conglomerate dominating the distribution of assets across chains, especially those that operate in CeFi, DeFi, act as liquidity providers, are providers of platforms that guys are using. Like you don't want one organization's hands in too many of the cookie jars, because then it takes away from really what is the underbelly of decentralization, right? You have one controlling dominant force controlling all of the movement of capital, and then you have no control over costs, over user accessibility. It becomes an environment that I don't think anybody really wants. It's almost like antitrust in TradFi. You got to be really careful about who's controlling the pipes. You can go back to, as advanced and as unique and as incredible as all the innovation that is occurring in DeFi, you can even go back to the most basic of industries, such as the railroads, right? Like early days. Like, you cannot have one guy building all of the distribution lines in North America, Western Europe, Japan, wherever it might be. It's just, you can't have that type of control. So I would really err on the side of caution about promoting, a Binance or an FTX or one of those large, organizations dominating that. That's kind of what I would say to that point.
Yeah, I would add really quick on that. It goes against the spirit of crypto and DeFi in general, just because it's like that's too big to fail. That could lend itself to censorship, to permission. It's antithetical to the whole ecosystem, but it's also natural for that to crop up. And that's what we're dealing with now to a degree. And that's why it's been so devastating to see some of these companies fail. they've touched so many, contagion, right? They've touched so many people and other organizations.
I mean, but what do you think there's a world where, the end user, right? The 6 billion of us out there that aren't, I say us, so I'll put myself in their shoes. But the 6 billion people that are out there that even with today with Facebook and Instagram and all these people out there that, that don't understand Web3 or the idea of digital ownership. I mean, is there any risk, right, in them being willing to say, you know what, screw it. Like I don't care. I just want it to be easy, right? Like I just want a one-click way to like make all of this happen and, forget the rest, right? Which puts a lot of onus on us in this day and age and right now to make sure that all of those pipes and stuff are there. And like what I was reading earlier today that I think even kind of comes in even more, especially on the interoperability side, is that, if things start to get dominated by these kind of like central portions, which I was reading a thing on, central bank digital currencies. And, if you start to have governments that are creating their standardized currency, that becomes very scary in the sense that you can, like, overnight the Fed could become the largest potential exchange of some stable token. And then if they support interoperability or if they don't, it kind of turns into this very weird position that we end up in, which kind of leads, to go into like, if we don't do interoperability, right? So if for instance that this area of the world doesn't get enough attention, will DeFi survive, right? Like if we don't enable this, is there a future where like DeFi is dead, right? If we don't solve the interoperability problem.
I think it's unlikely. Like this is like such a Darwinian Cambrian explosion type of space that if the Fed makes a dollar coin and it's on the Fed network, someone's just going to create a wrapper for it and like a bridge system for it, if it's even possible. Or worst case, they'll have a centralized trust system like, Circle and USDC. Like I think it's inevitable that there's going to be something that happens if there's an opportunity, because that's what Darwinism is. That's what this explosion of experiments is.
Mm-hmm. Will, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's a few different aspects to that, but for one, like I agree that there's so much innovation happening at the moment that's all competing with each other. We will see evolving solutions that I think will eventually make it possible for everyone to be using these systems, and they'll beat out, I believe, centralized solutions, mainly because there's just like this sort of aspect of permissionless innovation, the fact anyone can create anything and it can interoperate and sort of build on top of everything else in the space, kind of standing on the shoulders of giants, does beat any single entity, whether it's government or a huge conglomerate, because of the nature of what DeFi can do. And we've seen the demand; it's been proven. The question is how it's going to manifest itself, whether it's going to be in this kind of multi-chain ecosystem we're seeing now, or the eventual convergence back to one chain, which might be something that manages to scale better than the other solutions. That's still unknown. And in the short term, there's a lot of challenges to get there. On the kind of wallet point you mentioned, I think it's true that we're not going to see 6 billion people want to have a private key that they could lose and hold it the way that they do now with MetaMask or something else. Wallets are also going to have to adapt to the fact of having more people on board. And there are already fairly good examples. Near is an interesting blockchain which has something like this, where you can essentially onboard initially using just an email address and a password. And as you get more and more funds, you're encouraged to upgrade to a private key or to a hardware wallet, but you keep the same address, the same kind of account. And there's other sort of social recovery type solutions or NPC where you can have one part of the key kept by a company that you trust and maybe a friend to recover in the case where you can't access your funds, and you can use all sorts of. There's just the beginning, I think, of experimentation around these, but that's an area that will need to be solved. Otherwise, I agree, we're never going to see 6 billion people using DeFi the way that they do today. And most people will never want to and shouldn't really ever just have a private key they keep on their laptop or hardware wallet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm like, so when I think about, when we get to 6 billion people, into, or 7 billion people into DeFi and Web3. We've got things like insurance, right? And we've got, banking the unbanked and all of this kind of stuff being enabled through Web3 into DeFi. It starts to draw some like interesting parallels, right? And it starts to, once it grows to that level, it's, I've heard people say, and John, I would love your perspective on this, is that I've heard people mention that, that like even in the future, like DeFi will need to stay very tightly correlated to TradFi, right? And that it will need to stay very tightly correlated with like global economics in the TradFi world. Do you think that this is like true? Do you think it will stick, be very sticky to what goes on in the TradFi?
So let's talk about the reasons why DeFi is so tightly correlated right now, and then let's try to see if we can break the reasons for the decoupling or the removal of that correlation. So the reason why we're so tightly correlated, especially right now over the last 6 to 12 months, is DeFi crypto overall is just it's one of the risks. It's a risky asset, right? So all risky assets globally, they'll trade very tightly in periods of great periods of volatility, right? It's very difficult for the fundamental drivers behind DeFi or behind any other risk asset to really cause a decoupling from things like the NASDAQ or global the US dollar, things like that. Like all of these, not the US dollar, but other risk assets. So in order for us to really decouple from other risky assets, are the demand drivers and the growth drivers for DeFi, they really have to stand apart. And in order for that to happen, I think the very basis for this conversation, interoperability, is key to that decoupling. It's important for the industry to advance, grow, for the pipes to improve, and for more multi-chain, safer, secure, the real fundamentals that are going to set us apart from everything else. Until that happens, you're not going to get rising adoption rates, and you're not going to get lower correlations to other risk assets. You're just going to be lumped into the same fundamental buckets that move everything else.
Mm-hmm. And so like in my mind, and I want to keep it on the interoperability side, but this part like kind of fascinates me like to a degree. So I'm going to dig a little bit. Is that, you mentioned is that, so as they start to like actually decouple, right? That means that, in my understanding, is that, that means that like new value has to be created, right? And stored and stay within the Web3 universe, right? Within the metaverse. I don't even know if I like saying that word anymore, but like within the Web3 universe, right? If it's not correlated anymore, then in my mind, let me try to sum this up, is that it means that we are creating value within the digital space, right? That can be transferred, that does not depend on moving outside of it to traditional fiat, right? And I think that some of the reason why there's that, some of the correlation also maybe because people are basically using crypto right now as an investment vehicle to try to make money, and they're trying to convert it back into fiat, or they're buying crypto with fiat, and it's that part that kind of ties them at the hip some, and there's less of that mass value creation that's sticking over time, where people are keeping their money in the DeFi space rather than trying to move it out. Do you think, am I like just wildly off track here, or does that make sense to anyone? Or I just had too much coffee today.
I think you're right. Like most people participating in crypto are speculators, and they're looking to get in and out. Hence why you have like so much volatility. Like that's why we have 90% drops in Ethereum or like 80% drops in Bitcoin. That is why. I do think that there's clearly 20% or higher that stay in, and they stay in because they're true believers, or they see opportunities that they can take advantage of, whether it's feast or famine. In a bear market, there's still DEXs and there's still liquidity mining things you can do to make money. There's still new protocols being launched, and you can use them and maybe entitle yourself to an airdrop. There's still opportunities in the bear market, and there's opportunities that necessitate you being in the space. But I think that those are definitely, again, they're more for more sophisticated users. They're not for the average user, which is on balance a speculator, and they're facing whatever the trend is.
Got it. Well, so we are wrapping up on time, thank you all for coming. This was amazing. Thank you, Decentral, for putting this on and having us. And before we sign off, we definitely want to let everyone know where to find you and where to follow you. So we'll do the around the squares again. So Alex, if you want to lead us off, where can we find and or follow you at?
Yeah. Yes, I made it easy. So if you look down there, Tender Finance is our website, and @Cryptogration is my social media handle. That's my Twitter, Telegram, whatever. Check me out on Twitter. I tweet some interesting, fun stuff, retweet things I find funny. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for coming. John, what about you?
Yeah, so you can find everything you want to know about our company, liquidmeta.io, all over LinkedIn, Twitter, all the social media chains. So thanks again for having me. It was a great experience. Great to meet all of you.
Of course. And Will?
You can find our web app.rhino.fi is where you can go track through Polygon and soon and also search for diversity of content and articles and YouTube videos showing how to use what we built.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And also Will's at 75th and Columbus. If you're in New York, you can also go find him. He's in a car. No, and I am Corey. You can find me at Gigster.com, or if you go to YouTube and search Gigster, we do a bunch of fun ones of these. But thank you so much again for Decentral for having me and letting me host this panel. This was a great time. And with that, I guess I kick it back over to David to keep this thing running.
Thanks again to the amazing panelists. Up next is another very important topic, which is security, Web3 security. We've been seeing so much different hacks, exploits, even things across bridges, across DeFi, even, and some of the protocols. So up next, we have Surtick with Monir. He joined us at Decentral Austin, so we're always happy to have him back again joining, and he'll talk about Web3 security trends and best practices. Let's get him on stage.
Awesome. Thank you, Justin, and thank you for having me back here. And yeah, so my name is Munir Jalal. I'm the VP of Marketing at Surtick. If you don't know who Surtick is, we are a Web3 blockchain security company, end-to-end security, from all things that involve KYC services to really effective auditing processes with projects, to on-chain monitoring, and even pen testing. So we do a ton of stuff. What I want to cover today in this session is the subject of Web3 security. In particular, insights around Web3 security, what's been happening in the market, and tools and best practices for securing your blockchain protocols and smart contracts. So with that, let's get going here. So to understand why we secure crypto projects, we first need to understand the mind of the hacker and what they target most. So first, we have to have a look at the most common types of attacks, which involves social engineering and phishing attempts on users through particular social media platforms. We probably all have seen these types of attempts where it involves luring the user to click something in order for them to gain access to information or credentials, then to carry out an exfiltration of some kind. So that's the first. We then have web UI attacks, which are your typical website or web application attacks, where hackers will try to exploit Web 2 vulnerabilities, resulting in the takeover of that website or application. And actually, we're seeing a little bit more of that happening on the Web 2 side, given the integrations that are happening with Web 3 and Web 2, social media, marketplaces. So that element is coming into the security side of the fence. Typical types of vulnerabilities for Web 2 are things like SQL injection, cross-site scripts, attacks, and so you'll see those happening. Then we move into privilege access issues, where private keys are compromised through some way, example through phishing attacks, and those credentials are then used to further compromise other parts of the system or network, in particular the Web3 network. So all of what I've described, all these attacks are typically what we refer to as Web 2 security attacks or hacks, and we're starting to now see a lot of elements of Web 2 being attacked by hackers, as I mentioned, to get into Web 3. Just as an example from a social media perspective, and the types of attacks that have happened within Discord servers. I think in the last couple of months, we've seen like 100+ Discord servers being compromised, which is crazy, right? So pretty much the Web 2 piece is coming into the picture now. Now, when we move into Web 3 security and hacks, we start to talk about the compromise of smart contracts and blockchain protocols through code vulnerabilities or flaws. Now, the compromise is somewhat similar to Web 2 vulnerabilities and code attacks, but the code here is different. It's code written for decentralized finance, as we know, and smart contracts running on blockchains. So let's come back to that later. But it's worth stating that Web3 security hacks don't just stop there. Through the build out of Web3 infrastructure and the ecosystem, we've have opportunities to compromise other stuff like cross-chain bridges. Bridges have been a kind of big thing that's happened this year, and we've seen a lot of compromises there. In addition, we've seen a lot of exit scams and rug pulls. So we'll come back to that as well. Moving on here. So looking into some of the stats last year, and this is kind of another crazy stat. So last year, we saw crypto losses of around 1.3 billion in total. 2022 is already starting to look worse than last year, with over $2 billion in crypto loss, and we're only just over the halfway mark through the year. So, statistics-wise, it's turning out to be a worse year than last year. So what are we talking about when we refer to these hacks? Some of them are more notable hacks that have happened last year and this year, and our large in crypto losses, and even more surprising, how little it took to cause these issues. So some examples here: uranium finance and compound finance exploits were due to very minor code errors that were found for the exploit, while the DeFi protocol BZX hack was as a result of a phishing attack compromising private keys. And what I mentioned before, 2022 is already a year with greater losses than last year. And why is that? Bridges, as I mentioned, are a new form of Web3 infrastructure that transfers crypto funds between multiple chains. When multiple chains are involved, the losses are greater, of course, right? So three bridge attacks that happened early part of this year saw losses over $1 billion. Okay, so let's spend some time discussing the challenges involved when writing secure code. In particular, let's talk about what are common security issues when writing smart contracts, what are good code and design best practices, and how do you reduce risk in general? So how do we begin to identify common code vulnerabilities? A code audit is a great place to start. Certic is a leading blockchain and smart contract security company who specializes in both, as mentioned, off-chain code audits, as well as on-chain monitoring and KYC services. To date, we've audited over 3,700 projects and counting, and 1,427 of those audits just over the last 6 months. So a lot of audits at high scale and pretty fast going. We analyze common vulnerabilities and issues ranging anywhere from critical to major, minor, informational, and we provide that to projects. So the question comes, how does the CertiK audit work? Well, project teams first start by presenting their code to CertiK. CertiK security experts then review the code using methods of formal verification, which is an effective process of auditing. We also use AI in the background for data gathering and curation as part of the process, and then code review techniques to uncover a list of vulnerabilities, which result in an audit report of all these findings. All projects that are audited have reports and are found. You can find them all on certik.com if you go to the leaderboard itself. The project owners have the opportunity to acknowledge and fix these issues before the final report is published. Now, the final report is on certik.com for visibility to the community. So all community can have the ability to come in and actually do their own research and look at these reports. So as an example of the 1,427 audits completed in the 6 months between August of last year and February of this year, CertiK uncovered 16,400 issues. That's a lot, of which 5,300 were critical, major, or medium, meaning that they are pretty high priority. So, generally, if you take a closer look at those 5,300 vulnerabilities, we can see that they fall into 5 categories. The first category, which accounts for the most common vulnerability found, believe it or not, is that of centralization risk. Goes against the whole principles of decentralization. This occurs when the implementation of the code goes against the practices, as I mentioned, of decentralization. As an example of that, it is owners have given privileged access to update reward balances, gaining the advantage of making a large transfer to their wallet. So you don't want to do that. The second category is logic issues. So this relates to code implementation through a incorrect interpretation of how a piece of code is believed to work. An example of that is incorrect calculation of rewards, which kind of results in a vulnerability. The third category is withdrawal issues in the code. An example of that would be, say, implementing code that ends up inadvertently locking funds in a smart contract. So that's a problem as well. Then there's access control, implementation of code, for that example, that allows incorrect access control to the wrong set of users. As an example where you're not allowed to be calling a minting function, or a particular set of users are not allowed to be calling a minting function. And finally, we have what we see is bound limit issues, where code does not implement the required bound, resulting in limitless fees. So different sets of categories here to look at. Obviously, now, given that we don't have time to go into all these categories, let's just take a look at the centralization risk itself and how we mitigate those itself. Typically, centralization risk opens up to 2 types of attacks. The first is an attack that results in leaked private keys and ultimately the hacker having privileged control over the system and data. How can we mitigate this? Well, we can remove the risk by implementing the correct code, of course. We can implement privilege access management that renounces the privilege role to the user. Or we can actually secure the private keys by using multi-sig wallet, sometimes like a 2 of 3 or 3 of 5 multi-sig mechanism. We can also couple that with a time lock, which is a mechanism in code that prohibits the transfer of funds under a certain time. Or we can implement a DAO, which enables control through a community of approvers. The other type of attack or hack as a result of centralization risk is that of exit scams, or commonly known as rug pulls. In this situation, owners pump the price of a token through an aggressive marketing campaign and then take off or rug pull with the funds. Mitigation for this is kind of similar from the code implementation perspective, i.e. remove the issue of the privilege access to single owner or renounce the privileges. In addition, owners themselves can participate in a KYC verification process without being doxxed to establish credibility of the owner, so making sure that the founders are not scammers, they're not taking away with the funds themselves. And finally, of course, a DAO, again, is a way to enable control beyond a single user or owner. So finally, what I want to end this presentation with is some secure coding and design best practices. When designing and implementing software, you should write good, comprehensive design documents and white papers around what you're looking to implement, so you can have the opportunity to discuss potential issues early and let everybody else who actually can see what you're implementing read the specifications and design documents and be able to comment on that. The other one is obviously understanding what secure coding means, and that's education and using frequent code reviews to catch vulnerabilities. And then obviously running static analysis tools. There are a few out there, free ones. The example for Solidity, there's Slither, there's a bunch out there. You can actually run static analysis tools and get a reasonable good idea what's happening. Write and execute test plans. Makes sense, right? To uncover corner cases. For secure best practice, or secure code best practices, I should say, you should create a threat model. Use concepts like a blue team, independent of the development team, to assess risk and model potential threats. Independent assessment by the blue team can also be used for looking at architecture specifications of the code, as well as providing recommendations of how to mitigate threats. And of course, finally, consider an audit before launching your project. And generally, I say this to most folks in the project world. The cost of an audit is far less than what that of a hack that could result down the road. So it's important to take a look at that. So I know I went through this very quick. I only had 15 minutes. There's a lot of stuff out there. If you go to certic.com and check us out on resources, you'll see there's a ton of information. Check out our products as well. And if you have further questions, just feel free to reach out at bd@certic.com, where one of our business representatives can help you with your questions. Thank you for listening. And I'll have
And up next, thanks again for going through the security with Certic and everything as well, and supporting us on Decentral Austin and DeFi Summit. Up next, we have another rebroadcast, but an important topic that many people have been asking: is yield farming still alive, dead? Is it all a Ponzi? We explored these topics with some of the top DeFi farmers. One of them you might know is Taiki Mehta. He's actually the humble farmer. And he is a multi-chain, cross-chain farmer, and I personally like him and all the teachings that he has as well. We also have CADEX, Sif Chain, DeFi Kingdoms, and it's hosted by Tom Crown Crypto. So this was the talk that we had at Decentral Austin. Again, it's a showcase of the types of talks that we have live at our in-person conferences. But also, too, the topics are all still relevant today, and we wanted to reshare that with our crowd here so you guys can help level up your knowledge and see what's going on in the current state of DeFi here in terms of DeFi farming. So let's get that up here.
Going to Decentral, making NFT, farming DeFi, being crypto poor but JPEG rich.
But what is the current state of DeFi? Is it alive, or does it need resuscitation? We will find that out in our next panel, which is moderated by Mr. Tom Crown. So please welcome them to the stage.
This is on. It's on. Yo! What's up, Decentral Austin? Good to be here. We have 3. of the top most humble experts on the decentralized finance space. Very exciting. So I think a good way to start this is, what is DeFi? And Taiki, do you want to open us up here?
Awesome. So DeFi stands for decentralized finance, and the simplest way to explain it is, people are trying to create financial products on chain via the use of smart contracts. I think that the easiest example is, if you deposit fiat to a bank, right, your money to a bank, you earn, what is it, like 0.5%, and the bank will lend it out to borrowers via businesses, credit card lenders, and they'll maybe charge 10%, and they'll take a cut off that, right? But through DeFi, you essentially cut out the middleman. So the number one money market, the borrowing lending protocol, is Aave, and you can deposit Bitcoin, Ether, stable coins, earn yield on it, and anyone in the world can permissionlessly borrow assets from you. And if you're lending out your assets, then you can earn pretty decent yield, and you can also borrow money without asking anyone. So if I wanted to borrow money from a bank, then I have to fill out forms, maybe get on a phone calls or whatever. But through Aave, I can just borrow assets. And money markets allow for very, very different various yield strategies. A simple one is like, let's say, Bitcoin. It's really hard to earn Bitcoin right now, or earn yield on Bitcoin now. So you can borrow stable coins and then maybe pay 2% to borrow stable coins and earn 8% through DeFi protocols. So those are various DeFi strategies. And I think a lot of people are attracted to DeFi because of those high yields. And obviously those yields have gone down because most yield is paid out in the native token. So on the way up, the fundamentals of DeFi, totally amazing, right? It's like, oh my God, like DeFi is the best thing ever. On the way down, fundamentals suck because the yields suck. But you can find value in protocols that are actually creating value, generating revenue. And I think that's where the most of the opportunities are right now.
I think like adding on what is DeFi, and maybe I'll introduce myself because I think we only went one by one. I'm Dreamer, president at Kingdom Studios. We develop DeFi kingdoms. I have about 10 years in traditional banking, investment banking. And so I was a part of one of the larger institutions I won't name, I guess, on this stage. And I saw how we've been doing banking and finance the same way for a very long time. Every bit of innovation wasn't necessarily to help the broad population, but to cater to and service the broad population, but help a very small centralized group. So one of the main things that drew me away from that life to this life was the dream of sharing the love, sharing the innovation, and advancing on that utility in terms of decentralized services like DeFi, decentralized finance. So what else can you do? I think there are many protocols out there looking to solve for lending, looking to solve for financial assets and derivatives. It's a very hard thing to do. However, with smart contracts and the technology we have, it's very possible, and it's been ignored for a really long time. So in the future, if DeFi were to continue to get support and evolve, and many things really have to happen in order to have that mass adoption, I could see all of the services that you can imagine through traditional banks, through investment banks and others being offered through the blockchain, through DeFi, which if you think about all the money that is backing many of the services there, converting to blockchain-based services, the potential there is unlimited in terms of what farmers or investors or participants could benefit from.
Yeah, we got our fourth panelist. It's a surprise panelist, Jazir.
Howdy.
Well, we just started and we're kind of just going through what is DeFi, and we had two weigh in. If you want to weigh in, and Grant kind of weigh in with how you would describe DeFi or what it is. Just very basic right now.
Yeah, look, I think DeFi is a really great way for people to get access to promising projects that otherwise would take until essentially IPO to become accessible for public investors. So you see a lot of volatility in the upward and downward direction, but if you look at the way that equities performed in the 80s and 90s, like there was a lot more gains to be made. Ultimately, it's because you could access these assets that represented like real value accrual. And I think DeFi is the first sort of asset class we've seen in decades that allows the common person to see some of these gains that have been otherwise kept for the private markets.
And to add on to that a little bit, I'm Grant, by the way. I work at CADEX. It's a decentralized exchange on Cadena. DeFi also really pushes forward this idea of like self-sovereignty and being able to like reclaim, you know, what you're doing with your finances and your data, and cutting out sort of like traditional finance and stopping, or not stopping, but working to really move away from this like middleman mentality where you're lending out money to a bank to essentially only receive like a very small slice of the pie. And DeFi is one of the first exercises in actually being able to claim that whole slice for yourself based on the assets like you provide and, you know, you choose to act with.
So like if we expanded on that, even just trading assets from one account to another, traditionally, you have to put in the request. Somebody has to review it. Somebody's got to click a button to accept it. You're waiting hours for confirmation, then days for settlement. Just to move money, it's a whole headache. And you're probably paying dozens, if not hundreds of people in that process.
And it's to move money that you already own, that like it's your funds. You should be able to decide what to do with them, how they move, and everything there. So.
But if I know your wallet and I have money to give you, I send it to you, and as fast as the blockchain can service it, you have it. So that's one way. All of the money that is being paid to service that traditionally can now be shared, right? It's not being consumed. When you think about lending, to go through a whole, you know, underwriting process and have it be limited by a centralized group to say how much you can or cannot receive, it may or may not be related to the actual risk of the lending. It's related to your history, it's related to the institution and the underlying assets. But many like algorithmically driven or decentralized lending protocols are solving for that in a completely different way. So when you say removing the middleman, I think in something as simple as moving assets or borrowing money, you really are simplifying it with technology that could end up being much more reliable in the end.
Also, like traditional lending doesn't take into account a person's, you know, their home life, the circumstances they've grown up in, and it's really not an equitable system. It doesn't look to assess how that person has, like what has impacted them or affected them in their life to maybe enable them or prevent them from gaining access to loans or other financial tools. So DeFi really just says like, okay, like what can you do on chain with the assets you have on chain? Like it's all you, like do what you want.
Yeah, and most loans in DeFi are over collateralized because, you know, you're lending money to people that like you don't really know, right? So you have to, you know, deposit $10,000 worth of Bitcoin if you want to borrow, let's say, $5,000 worth of, you know, stable coins. But I think in the future, I think you know, DeFi isn't dead, but it's just really new, and there has to be more innovation. And I know Vitalik wrote this paper recently called like soulbound tokens. It's kind of like building an on-chain credit score. So, you know, of course, if you're lending to a new wallet with like no transaction history, then yeah, maybe that person has to, you know, deposit X dollars of collateral to borrow Y dollars worth of, you know, stable coins and whatnot. But, you know, if I have thousands of transactions on chain on my wallet, then maybe, you know, I have a credit score, a certain credit score where I can take on under collateralized loans. I think those types of products have to be built out in order for DeFi to really serve the masses, because right now, like, most DeFi products are only made for, you know, people that actually have money, just because, you know, transaction fees on Ethereum are very high, and there are alternative ones that do offer lower fees, but you know, I think most people are attracted to DeFi for the gains, and right now the gains are hard to be had because, you know, the market is down. But you know, if you can, you know, see through the noise and actually look for products that are generating value, then I think those are products that you should farm, tokens that you should farm, and yeah, I think that's the best way to navigate the markets right now.
Yeah, I actually personally had the problem, the access to financial tools. I couldn't get a mortgage. My bank told me I could. I went through the process and they said, oh no, you're self-employed, you need 2 years income returned. I don't know. I ended up not being able to get a mortgage, and that has definitely put me on to DeFi, you know, giving these options to kind of blindly, to anyone, very equal. I dig it. You touched on it a little bit. This can be our second topic. So is DeFi dead, or are we just trimming the fat? What do you guys think?
There's no way DeFi is dead. I mean, there's still 150 billion in TVL across all assets, or all platforms. I do, however, think this is a bit of a reckoning. I remember for SIFT when we raised, we started in, I think, August of 2020, and our pitch slide said like 5 billion in TVL, and then 10 billion and 15, and we had to keep updating it as we were raising. So this is the first time that that number has started sliding down, and it's also the first time that people are seeing what are otherwise DeFi stalwarts kind of not being as impactful either in terms of revenue or token price. But it does seem like this industry cycles every 2 to 3 years in terms of what the top names are. And if you thought you had alpha and you registered for a few programs or whatever, it's time for you to either reevaluate or cycle to potentially a new set of assets or new chains or new whatever. But no, DeFi is here to stay.
Yeah, I think like in order to answer that question, you have to look at the driver. So we know what the environment is today. We see the prices, we see the APYs, we see how things have adjusted, but what's caused this? Is it an idiosyncratic driver related only to crypto and DeFi? Or is it something much bigger, and what we are seeing is more of a byproduct? You look at the macroeconomic landscape, you look at regulation, you look at COVID and everything that's happening there. You look at inflation, unemployment rate, you follow the stock market, and you start seeing correlations with Bitcoin and low cap tech stocks. And if we see how all of that is performing in the world, we follow the fear greed index and see that we're at extreme fear. This is not unique to crypto, but we're feeling the pains even more. If you think of a traditional large cap stock, is down 5%, and then you look at the tech sector, then you look at small cap tech, and then you look at Bitcoin, and then you look at altcoins, there is correlation. And I don't think that there's any driver that has hinted that the innovation move of DeFi is anywhere near dead. It is a very, very strong test. And we've seen like a Lehman Brothers-like event in the last month, and I won't name what, but what happened with traditional finance when that happened? What happened after 2008? People learned, people innovated, people adjusted, regulation adjusted, and then we got a stronger, better system, depending on your own view. As a result, I think that's going to be very similar with decentralized finance. We have to improve our risk management. We have to find ways to adjust so that maybe we aren't as linked to the whole world, but currently we are.
Yeah, you brought up a really good point about correlation. I feel like crypto historically has been uncorrelated with traditional asset classes, but as this most recent, maybe 2020 to 2022 rise has come about, we've seen a lot of traditional capital entering, but treating it like it is another fintech project or another startup. And it would be good to see DeFi products, number one, try to diversify more, look at things like commodities, look at things like, novel sort of crypto economic value generators that won't exist in fintech to become more uncorrelated. But then I think at the same time, understanding these markets requires more sophistication than just put your money here and farm. I like to often tell people, most DEXs earn their yield through liquidity mining. And that's an interesting space, but it's not trade volume. Understanding differences like that and knowing sort of where's the yield coming from so that you are not yourself the yield, I think that's going to kind of cut out some investors and then bring in new investors that have a deeper sophistication.
Yeah, I think just to expand on that, the type of tokens that are available, I mean, you mentioned commodities. If we think about traditional assets flow from one type of, asset to another, right? You have equity that is representing a higher volatility, therefore a higher return than your traditional bonds. You have commodities like gold that people see as a safe haven asset. You have different currencies that follow what governments are doing, the overall inflation relative to GDP and unemployment. But we don't have as much of that dynamic in DeFi, in crypto yet, but we can. We have the ability to. I think when I was working at the bank, I was actually onboarding large institutional hedge funds to trade Bitcoin-based futures. And when we started that whole like due diligence process, the number one reason they wanted to is because they saw crypto as a safe haven asset. That would hint that it isn't highly correlated with equities. And people were looking to run to crypto when things were in trouble with fiat currencies, equities, and other. But as we pointed out, in the last year to two, it's actually shifted to be very different. So back to the question, what innovation needs to occur, what adjustments need to be made to have it be more decentralized, more detached, more unpegged from traditional assets.
Yeah, and one thing that's really hard is like how to value these crypto tokens, because I know some funds try to use traditional finance methods to value, projects based on cash flow, but you can't really do that because, let's say there's a price to earnings ratio of 10, but what percentage of those earnings are subsidized by token emissions? And most of the time it's like projects are emitting more tokens than they're actually taking in revenue. So just because people have a really hard time valuing tokens, I do this full time, and I can't even value these tokens, right? I'm just kind of guessing at this point. So when people don't know how to value tokens, then on the risk spectrum, when people want to take a risk off, people will just dump the DeFi tokens first. And I think that's what's contributing to this negative sentiment in DeFi of oh, is farming dead? Farming doesn't work anymore. But I beg to differ. I think there are lots of opportunities via farming, but you have to look a lot harder now than let's say 6 months ago.
I think that's important. I don't know how many people might be unfamiliar with farming, but essentially the reward you're getting is that token. So being able to value the project the token represents is super important. I know you joked you're kind of guessing, but what do you do? What has been successful to value? You might look at a nice APY, you might see a community, but where do you get scared, or where do you get more comfortable with a project or an overall token?
Yeah, I think it comes down to product market fit. If you're launching a fork of something that already exists on 5 chains, I'm less inclined to check out that project. But when I discovered DeFi Kingdoms, I was like, oh, it's pretty new, it's pretty innovative. So I nibbled with it, right? I allocated small percent of the portfolio. And one project I really like right now is I don't mean to shill this thing, but I'm just giving an example of GMX. It's a perpetual trading protocol, and it's actually making money. You can actually track how much money is the protocol making, how many fees it's generating. So I think actual metrics matter a lot more now, because in a bull market, people will just buy things that are going up, and it's kind of fun. It's it's kind of fun. But in these moments, you really have to figure out, okay, does this team have actual money in their treasury? I know a lot of projects that ran out of money because they never diversified their treasury in the bull market. So a lot of projects are either rugging or just leaving outright. So what I look for is, does the team have at least 1 year in runway? Where's the money coming from? What's the TVL, and what is the trend, right? Is it built on a particular L1? Does it have product market fit? Things like that matter a lot, especially because I'm risking my own capital, right? Staking it in these protocols, earning these tokens. So I really have to feel safe about will this team rug or something like that.
I really hear what you're saying about or empathize with what you're saying about the treasury aspect of things. But on top of that, you also need to say okay, well, is there a treasury, and is there a DAO that's effectively managing that treasury? Having a treasury that's just sitting there with $30 million in it that people are, and that's the shilling point of the project, where it's oh, we have this huge treasury, and it's this is what the protocol is all about, is doing cool treasury stuff, investing in other projects. But are the people who are operating that treasury informed with what they're doing and how they're actually deploying those assets? That needs to really be taken into account as well, because the underlying fundamentals of the project could be sound, but as soon as you start to decentralize and have the treasury be run by a DAO, I think that needs to be highly scrutinized as well. You need to really make sure that the projects you're investing in are effectively managed at all levels.
and I saw like a governance proposal today and yesterday of like DAOs like running out of money. So there's like a proposal for Lido to sell like 10,000 ETH in their treasury, so they can have 2 years runway to pay 50 people. And I think Tribe, Faye, they had a proposal to like sell off like a bunch of governance tokens that they hold, other project governance tokens, like not, yeah. So, I think most devs are working on their project and they're like less concerned with, I guess, like treasury management. But when prices start going down, it's like, oh, it's like everyone looks around, it's like, oh wait, like we kind of need money. So,
yeah, for sure.
And that adds extra sell pressure across the board. And one day it'll turn around. I don't know when that time is. We're all, like no one knows. No one has a crystal ball. But in the meantime, I just think it's best to hold assets you have a conviction in. And if there's ways to earn organic yield, that's like the best way to go about it.
Nice. Very nice. So what needs to come next in DeFi? We touched on it a little bit, but what needs to be built? What is the future? What do you guys see?
I think, I said a few times innovation, and I don't want to like overuse that or like oversimplify it either, because it's hard to think of something new that will work, that people will like, that they'll put their money at risk for. So you can't just sit around and be like, why aren't anybody innovating? Because everybody's trying. It's just you see 90% of what's worked, and maybe you try 10% to do something different. One thing that DeFi Kingdoms, I think, has been recognized for doing something different is taking DeFi, something as simple as a DEX, making it look and feel like a game, so that people don't understand. People who do not understand like the fundamentals of DeFi, liquidity farming, staking LP tokens, can start to understand it with simple things like, okay, it's not a DEX, it's a garden, and you don't have to stake a token. You plant seeds, and the plant seeds grow fruit. That starts identifying a little bit of innovation, but also lowering barrier to entry. It makes it a little bit easier to understand. So you can do that through education. I know Coinbase Wallet is looking at not only onboarding a lot of users, but giving you access to what things are. I think a lot of people hop in the Discord and Telegram and just get destroyed and run away because it's the wild, wild west. So definitely better on-ramps, better education, and I would say better user experience, whether that's through gamification, whether that's through making it simpler to use or understand, or protecting people to not get ripped off, rugged, or tricked. It's a big one.
Just like this idea of like abstracting away these complexities is absolutely the next step that like DeFi and I think crypto as a whole is going to be moving towards. The traditional way to like tell people about projects, I remember when I was like getting started doing stuff in crypto, everyone would just be like, oh, like read this white paper or read this like very highly complex technical article, which like, sure, cool, totally doable, but for most people, I would say that that's just not necessarily that achievable of a thing. Like not everyone is doing crypto or doing DeFi full time. So for these people to come in and then be sort of like force-fed like hyper-technical concepts and have either the expectation is that they have like a CS or econ background or something like that is just going to turn off a lot of people. So this idea, like what DeFi Kingdoms is doing, where you're essentially like taking a DEX and turning it into something like very highly palatable and also enjoyable to use, amazing. It's just incredible. And that's absolutely the next step for DeFi and for crypto.
And if we think of traditional banking again, how did that work? Were they going around saying what they're doing in the background? Well, no, maybe that was one of the bad parts of it, but they made it very clear what they're selling. I think we need real world application. We need more real world application so that people can say, I need a loan. Should I go to my bank or should I go on the blockchain? I want a credit card. I want to buy an option. Should I go to a traditional broker or should I find something on the blockchain? And I don't think we have that mass understanding of the availability, how you even onboard, where you go from there, how you offboard. And that's going to really set the stage, I think, in the next phase of DeFi.
Yeah, I think two things that come to mind for me. One would be education. So I know, hey, look, like this is complicated math or it's complicated engineering. It's nice to make things simple, but the innovation's happening ultimately at the tech and econ side. And I think if you want to understand risk, it's important that either you do get the serious background or at least you find an educator who can explain it to you. We all do know this after things like a Terra crash or these various other platforms that have risk, like just because they explain it well or there's a lot of evangelization doesn't mean that like it's safe for people to necessarily put capital behind them. And I think the other side is more on the sort of legal/organizational bit. I know as you guys are talking about like, hey, you know, how do DAOs manage treasuries and, you know, so on. I feel like we have this mix of these like companies essentially that have all this ridiculous red tape to try and stay in DeFi. And you have these people who are just anonymous. You have no idea what they're doing, kind of voting on whatever. Ideally, there would be a little bit more trust and flexibility to kind of merge those two worlds. And I think that's really where like legal, like, you know, people like LexPunk or whatever, like, or the groups I should say like LexPunk, like that's where they innovate. And it's kind of necessary so you can have, you know, the quality of corporate governance with the, let's say, ingenuity of DeFi.
Definitely. That's like another amazing point. I mean, there needs to be this delineation between like the actual like structure behind the DAO, like from the legal side, and then like a software engineering company. It becomes like a major issue when like let's say there's like a US based software engineering company that's offering the project, like and they also are dealing with like token issuance. That gets into like having to deal with securities and securities law. And if you're a US based company that's issuing a token, there's just so much more you have to do there. So you can actually like transfer ownership to another entity to actually deal with the token and have that be a legal representation of the DAO. That removes a lot of the risk for, you know, one, the company itself, but also it enables the holders to have like true governance power over that legal entity. And this is what we're starting to do at CADX, where we have this, you know, bifurcated legal structure where we have like our US-based engineering company, you know, a association that handles the DAO and token issuance, and then basically all of the funds in the treasury. And that actually, I think, is improving a lot of how like we're moving forward as an organization and what we're able to accomplish. It gives us a much clearer path on like what we can and can't do. It eases the load for us in many ways. So.
We are out of time. I think we have enough time if we want to just real quick go down the line and tell everybody who you are and where they can find you, and we'll get off the stage before they pull us off.
I'm Taiki. I run a DeFi farming channel on YouTube, so you can just look up my name, and you know you'll see a bunch of Pepe Farmer frogs, and you know I make those thumbnails.
I'm Grant Gerber. I'm the Chief Governance Officer for CADX. You can find me on Twitter at KDXFrogman.
Dreamer, President at Kingdom Studios, developing DeFi Kingdoms. Twitter is DreamerDFK, or just go to DeFiKingdoms.com.
Hi, I'm Jazir from SifChain. You can check us out on Twitter at SifChain, SIFCHAIN.
Right on. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for everything. I learned a lot. Hopefully everyone out there did too.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that was from Decentral Austin. Again, we hosted that last month in June in the heart of downtown, front-running consensus. We had over 2,000 people join us. And then we'll be back again this year at Decentral Miami in the heart of downtown Miami. 2 times the space last year. Last year, we had 5,000 people come through. Our capacity for next upcoming venue can handle up to 10,000. So we have a lot of cool things planned for this year for Decentral Con Miami. So we hope to see you guys there. Up next, we have another great panel with the future of DeFi. We talked about what the current state of DeFi is, what's going on, and dove a little bit deeper on the topics from identity, privacy, and more. Now we have an amazing panel bringing on other great builders in the space, and I'll bring on our moderator. We've got Aaron. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Justin. How you doing?
Hey, doing good, doing good. Always great having you.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for hosting this virtual summit and replaying a lot of the great content that we saw from Austin, and now we've got some fresh stuff coming up too.
Definitely. And let's get everybody up on stage. So we got Alex from Valk. Hey,
hello,
Alex.
everyone.
Hello. And then let's see. Let's get John up here. John from Uma. Hey, if I say it right. And then Daniel from Flux as well too.
Hey guys.
Awesome. Well, I'll give the stage to you guys, and yeah, looking forward to your guys' panel.
Thank you so much, Justin, and everyone else at the Decentral team for putting this together. My name is Aaron Malone, co-host of the Crypto 101 podcast, better known in the space by my handle Pizza Mind. And I want to just turn this over to our panelists real quick. Give each of you guys just a quick introduction of who you are, what your company is building in this space. Alexander, if you would go first, please.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, hello, I'm Alex. I'm the head of business development for Valk. At Valk, we created Merlin, an institutional-grade DeFi reporting tool that retrieves position of your digital asset deployed across multiple DeFi protocols. And you can calculate all the good stuff to make smarter investment decisions. So net asset values, historical P&L, yield generated, impermanent losses, everything in the currency of your choice. And then our users can access the free web app or our API. And our users are basically investors, DeFi investors, accounting firms, fund administrators, custodians. They use us to understand the DeFi portfolios at scale.
That's tremendous. Lord knows we need something like that in this space. Daniel, please introduce yourself and what are you guys building over at Flux?
We're always building a little bit of everything is what I like to say. I am Daniel Keller. I am the co-founder and chief strategy officer at Flux and Zelcore. Flux is a decentralized, the very first truly decentralized compute network. We have 12,000 plus nodes running all over the world. We run everything from dApps to oracles to front ends to back ends, you name it. If you want AWS for the blockchain, that's Flux. So I know talking about infrastructure isn't always the sexiest thing. You hear a lot of people today talk about the awesome, sexy parts of DeFi. We are the pickaxes and shovels and the pans of the DeFi revolution. We're the ones that are going to be paving the way. Whether it's Web 3 or Web 5 or Web 50, it's going to run on Flux.
Love it. I love that passion. And John, please tell us who you are and what you're building over at UMA.
Hey, I'm John. I'm a smart contract engineer at UMA, and we're building an optimistic oracle that you can use to get any kind of data to your smart contracts. So it stretches the idea of an oracle from not just being price feeds or something that you pull from an API, but any kind of verifiable real world thing. So you've got off-chain computation, you've got cross-chain bridging, which we built with the Cross, all kinds of cool stuff that you can build with it. And I'm just working on pushing the boundaries of what's possible using an optimistic oracle.
And that's a great segue into the first question I have that I want to direct to you, John. What is the current state of DeFi from a technical standpoint? The previous panels were talking about user experience and other things to get mass adoption and lots of people using it. But are we even really ready from a technical standpoint?
So I guess there's two parts of it. From a technical standpoint, DeFi is working great. I mean, you had a big crash and centralized entities had to pay back the DeFi protocols and follow the rules of the DeFi protocols because the bots and the smart contracts are ruthless and they will enforce them and they'll liquidate your position if you don't pay it back. In terms of mass adoption, it really comes down to key management. I don't even think that's a DeFi thing so much as just sort of like a crypto culture thing and a wallet thing. What is a regular person going to do to secure their keys, to sign transactions with their keys? That's kind of like the fundamental problem. And this predates cryptocurrencies, I think. Like you have a lot of the same problems with public-private key management for email. So it's not new. I think for DeFi to get mass adoption where people don't just plug their money into a centralized system that then hopefully invest wisely on their behalf in DeFi, you need to have better key management tools. So it really comes down to the wallets, I think. And I think there's a lot of interesting space that you can explore there around physical paper wallets, around smart contract-based wallets where you maybe signal what kind of transaction you want to do, and then somebody else is composing that transaction on your behalf, and it only goes through if it actually does what you intended for it to do. Because it's sort of like not everybody can write a smart contract, and not everybody should know how to do that. Most people also don't know how to interpret what the transactions are doing. You know, you submit it, and if the wallet doesn't tell you you're doing something stupid, it's going to go through, and you know your apes are gone. But if you're signaling like, I want to trade the ape for like this much ETH, and somebody else is building that transaction for you in some decentralized way and pushing it, and there's an enforcement mechanism there, I think that that starts getting you closer to something that a regular person can use safely.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, it's just really like this past year that something as massive as Coinbase is even checking Ethereum addresses to make sure you haven't mistyped in something or pasted something with like someone's name at the front, and it just sends it to a completely bogus address. So yeah, I think that's a very, very good point that you bring up.
Yeah.
And Daniel, what are
oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I was just going to say, it's like the inverse of the other side. Like the protocol will ruthlessly liquidate your position. The protocol will also send your funds to the burn address if you screwed up. And
yeah, absolutely. Having more safeguards in place to help us, you know, not trip over the things that we don't know that we're tripping over. Definitely much needed in this space. So great point. And Daniel, what are some of the trends that you're seeing being built as developers come to you saying, hey, I was reading about Flux. I want to build this. Can I build this on Flux? What trends are you seeing coming out now from people that are starting to develop today?
Well, I hate to be the guy that pokes a big hole in something, because I think there's a lot of awesome things that are happening in DeFi. But if you're building a DeFi project and AWS goes down, you're not truly DeFi. So I mean, getting back to the basics of infrastructure, much like John was talking about with the user interfaces, with the wallets and the platforms. What Flux really brings to the forefront is the ability for people to deploy in a truly decentralized manner. And as a matter of fact, one of the speakers before was from Cadix was talking about their decentralized exchange. Well, you're not a decentralized exchange if you're running on AWS. You're not a decentralized exchange if you're being removed from that. You need to be blockchain by birth. And that's exactly what Flux has set out to do, is start to lay the fundamental groundwork for infrastructure. And as I kind of stated at the intro, infrastructure isn't always sexy, but it's what it's going to take us to the next level. The ability to have a user interface that's seamless, that feels a lot like the current financial system. And we would be mistaken to say over the past several months that we haven't seen the glaring issues with DeFi. What we saw was basically refugees from Wall Street that came in and played the market inside and out, and we suffered for it in the end. We have to build back better. I mean, that's just the way it is. We have to build the technology on a foundation that is decentralized. Then DeFi can truly reach its maximum potential, and I think we're headed there.
Yeah, very good points. And while infrastructure may not be sexy today, I think it's going to become the sexiest thing in crypto over the next few years, because home mining for an average person is gone. Those days are over with. It's too competitive. But you can use your hardware resources on decentralized cloud compute platforms like Flux and contribute and earn a yield that way. And I think once more people realize that and begin planning their systems around participating in these kinds of projects, it's going to really bring a renaissance for what people can do to earn yield while they're asleep, and have their money work as hard for them as they're working for it, and have their machines work as hard for them as well.
Yes, sir.
And to Alex, how do we bring more people back to DeFi? As you know, Daniel mentioned, you know, Wall Street came, they saw, they conquered, they took. We had an amazing DeFi summer a couple of years ago. We were kind of looking for that to come back again, but then NFTs stole the spotlight. How do we make DeFi just as sexy as infrastructure is going to be in the future, and bring more people back?
Yeah, I love what you said, Daniel. Like, the infrastructure is not sexy, but this is where we make the user experience better. This is where we make it seamless and understandable. Actually, we are very proud of our infrastructure and the hard work we do with the graph and the background and building our private sub graph, because the public ones are not adapted to the problems we try to solve. But I can talk about that later. But actually, on the DeFi, right? So are we in the winter? Like, although the TVL has contracted with the arrival of the winter, it mainly followed the price contractions of the traded assets, right? So that means like the DeFi traders, those who are already adopted this investment style or this asset class, are still here, right? They're not going anywhere. They know how good that is, without mentioning the few hiccups, right? But DeFi is still alive and kicking. So I mean, as someone who thinks a lot about growth and business development, at least there's no problem of retention there, right? So now the question is, how do we get the next cohort to join? So I think like it will really come as as John said, right? Really come from the fact that DeFi should be easy to understand and accessible to the new users, being like individual or institutional users actually. So first, like, how do you understand really how your money performed, right? So okay, you can chase yield, but if you have impermanent loss and currency losses left and right, you need to understand and report on the correct analytics in the currency that matters to you. And this is not a trivial problem to do, right? We can talk about that as well later, but and then it comes from a better UX and UI as well. So that's probably the mass adoption will probably come from a mobile experience for DeFi. So kind of ease of access. You don't need to go to your PC or your computer and with like a clunky interface, right? It should be like easy to understand. So that's probably going to bring in the retail segment. And then it comes also from a greater inclusion with auditable, risk-adjusted returns that can be supported by easy to execute data-driven trading strategies. So this will probably open the doors to institutions that are currently stuck in CeFi. So really making it like more transparent across the investment process. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. So we've all done a great job so far at analyzing what the problems are with current DeFi. But my question to you, John, is who's fixing this stuff now? Who's going to take all these things and say, we're going to build something better, and this is how it's going to be done? Is it just from project to project, we're going to see brand new things arise? Or are there, DeFi developer consortiums where everyone's trying to build together and recognize all these issues and come up with some kind of industry standards?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that key management is the big problem, especially at the individual level, but there's also the broader level of how do you coordinate a DAO, for instance. If you have a big DAO treasury, how do you make the management of that treasury actually decentralized? Because right now there's a huge reliance on multi-sigs. So I really like what Gnosis is doing, where they're not just focusing on, just being a multi-sig, but they've created the SAFE protocol now, where it's sort of like an operating system for managing shared resources. There's a lot of experimentation around Zodiac. UMA has a module that plugs into Gnosis safes that lets you manage a treasury optimistically. So if you vote on Snapshot, that Snapshot vote can be enforced instead of just hoping the multi-sig actually does it. So I think that really opens it up a lot. I think also we need real world assets in the long run. Right now, it's a circular kind of snake eating its own tail economy where you have purely digital assets. And there's a lot that we could improve there just around these like shared safe management systems where it's not just a multi-sig, where it's like groups coordinating. But in the long run, you want to have the real world economy running on crypto rails and fully unlock the potential of DeFi. If you could like refinance your house, it's just everybody's been trying to do home mortgages since the beginning of smart contracts. And for that, I think that you do need really good general purpose oracles like UMA, but you need like some way to bridge that real world set of events to a smart contract and make sure that they're linked. There is like some stuff around that right now, but a lot of it is kind of like, a trust me kind of centralized thing where you hope that whoever the custodian is actually follows whatever rules you laid out, and there isn't on-chain enforcement for it. So I'm really curious to see how people build out those on-chain enforcement mechanisms to pull in, the rest of the economy.
Yeah, well said. There's still such a lag behind in the regulatory layer where you can do a transaction for a house on chain, but will that title deed be legally recognized by the county recorder? They might not even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of things too. I mean, there's no way that, personally, I don't think that you're going to see those deeds get recorded on the blockchain either. Like, I don't think it's going to become a purely digital thing. You need some kind of custody layer that has some kind of like on-chain slashing or something. Like, you need to bridge the gap. Blockchains need an API to the real world that's just generalized, where you can bring in any asset, any kind of value at all, and then start tokenizing it and making smart contracts to work with it.
Yeah, well said. Daniel, what are your thoughts on what we've just been talking about? And what are some of the biggest problems in the real world that you think DeFi can solve?
Well, kind of what John was saying, I agree with him. I think that a lot of these pieces are it's a disruptive technology. It's iterative. We're continuing to walk through the complexities of really something that's never been done before. And I think as we continue to build these pieces out, we start to move over to other sectors that will learn from us as well. So, I mean, we're dealing in decentralized finance, but you could easily see this technology used in other places, maybe electronic medical records, maybe supply chain management, maybe asset management. So I think that we're doing kind of yeoman's work now because we're the ones down in the trenches with the shovels. And I don't think, I mean, I everybody talks about being in a bear market, or I don't see that. I see a bear market for the asset classes, but I do not see a bear market for the infrastructure that's being built. You see it being built at a rapid clip. The iteration is huge. If DeFi was dead, Sam Bankman-Fried wouldn't be buying everything that's left under the sun. I mean, and I think the reason is because the technology it's bigger than just this particular fintech or the finance sector. I think you could see this start to permeate different areas of technology overall. And in the end, that's what we want to do. Is we want to take that standard technology stack and we want to get it back to basics, and we want it to be decentralized, and we're the ones that are going to be pushing it there.
Well said. And back when DeFi was coming out, it was pretty much just on Ethereum at that point. A couple other chains had their own isolated stuff, but not anymore. For the next DeFi wave, everything's cross-chain now. And it's almost like going to DeFi in 3D. So if you're brand new, not only do you have the key management issues, but now you're trading things cross-chain, and you've got all these different crazy ways of earning a yield, and all these new financial primitives that are coming out. How do you guys over at Valk really keep track of all this stuff and decide what new features and new chains to add?
Yeah, welcome to the multiverse, right?
Yeah,
it's crazy that you can. I mean, first, your DeFi strategies are across multiple protocols by definitions, right? You will run like a multi-position across different protocols with the same asset. It won't be able to assess individual yields from lending a DAI on Aave, or daily P&L from running an LP strategy on Uniswap compared to the initial investment, right? So like the platform like Aave, for example, only show the net worth of the user's portfolio, or breakdown per currency, and the value that is displayed is equivalent to their A token. As for Compound, if it's like another part of your strategy, when supplying the currency, you receive a C token, and the price of the C token increases with like each new block. So additionally, if you have an investment is made with non-stable coins, like now we have like two variables coming into play: the yield received in a token, for example, like in ETH, that is invested, and the token's price compared to the USD, right? So really, like here, important metrics such as P&L per strategy, or aggregated debts and fees, or yield in actual USD, and other metrics are very hard to assess, actually. So really, the trick is to track your actual P&L in a currency that matters to you across all the transactions in your individual strategies throughout multiple protocols. So that's the problem we try to solve. What's interesting is we started using the public subgraphs, for example, for all these protocols, and very quickly we realized that they were not like fit for purpose. So we had to re-index all the protocols and kind of go in and dig for the the gold in what's publicly available, right? So that's why, like, where I resonate a lot with what Daniel says, is like the infrastructure and all the work that is done behind the scene is not sexy, but hey, he brings like a lot of good results, and he makes the UX much better, and he makes DeFi more understandable, so more accessible, really.
Yeah, and it's so necessary. I run my own venture capital firm, and we've got 50 to 100 different positions and small coins all the time, and it is literally impossible to figure out what's coming or going, or what things are valued at, or where they are. So definitely going to have to give Volk a chance to solve all of my problems.
And it's only going to get more interesting, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the beginning. And this question is to everyone. I'd like you to take the same turn in order. What features are you looking for on a new DeFi application that you're going to stumble upon, 6 days, 6 months, whatever from now, but it's going to have something about it that has this aha moment for you. And you're going to say, oh my God, this is going to be the next Uniswap, or this is going to be the next Compound. What are those special features that you're looking for to give a new platform just an incredible life-changing value? Because I think we can all agree that in Web3 and DeFi, like, we haven't had the Amazon or the Google come out yet. We don't know what's going to be that juggernaut that dominates the industry for 2 decades yet, if it even exists. What are those features that you're looking for?
We exist, Aaron. No. I'll take that lead on that if you don't mind. I think the big thing right now is we need to look at projects that are truly. I think we're all kind of a bit jaded over the past few months about some of the way the projects are ran and managed, especially in DeFi. And I think we really have to get this back in the hands of the people. So I know I sound like a broken record when I'm saying this, but this is unbelievably important. If you're out there and you're building a project and you're developing it, make sure it's truly decentralized. Because that aha moment came for me the very first time I discovered Bitcoin, right? We've all been down that rabbit hole. You see it first and you're like, hey, this might work. And then you think about it a little longer, and then poof, it's your eyes widen and you're tuned in. I see that with a lot of different projects today, but we have to really make sure that we get back to basics. Decentralization at our heart across the board.
Speaking of getting back to basics, like, the first line of the Bitcoin white paper is talking about being digital cash, and we still don't have good digital cash. Like, if you just want to like buy something, like, I think the first time I tried to buy something in person with Bitcoin, it was like 2012, and there was a Chinese restaurant near the Internet Archive that started taking Bitcoin because people were getting paid in Bitcoin there. And I just kind of went and like I submitted my transaction, and it's like waiting, it's like 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, and they're like, we trust you, we hope it'll arrive sooner or later. And that was like the Bitcoin transaction. But fast forward to this year, going to ETH Denver, and to go to the food trucks there, like, nothing against ETH Denver, but like they set up like a crypto-based like payment system where you go and you get like your token on a testnet for like Arbitrum testnet that'll be like food vouchers, and then you're going and you're like scanning that, and they're like accepting like this fake payment. And it's like, if you're ETH Denver and you can't figure out payment with your food truck where you can like make the food trucks accept crypto payments, like, what are we doing here? And a lot of that has to do with the key management. It needs to be a lot easier to get to that point where you can buy a sandwich. So if somebody can come out with a thing that's like really easy for me to buy a sandwich, not going through a centralized intermediary, but just crypto native the whole way, okay, that's got my attention. How you get there, I am not super concerned about. There's like all kinds of different techniques you could do, around like rolling up lots of transactions, however you're like relaying it. As long as it's settling on a truly decentralized network where I control my own funds and I'm sending it to, the recipient, and they control their own funds, there we go. It might be 15 years later from the original idea, but we'll finally have digital cash and start building up from there.
Yeah, it's a great point. Go ahead.
Sorry, Aaron. Yeah. So actually, John, that's super interesting, right? I spent a lot of time in Kenya, and there they have M-Pesa. So it's all like mobile payment. So you just have a code. So it's centralized, right? But there's this type of user experience that I think I'm looking for, and I'm thinking like that about the refi or the regenerative finance projects the mobile first Celo network, right? As an example. But I would say like when DeFi at its best is when the protocols reward behaviors that are being beneficial to the whole society, right? So I'm very excited about DeFi projects who try and eliminate the tragedy of the commons and solve for financial stability first, financial inclusion, and hopefully protection to the environment and biodiversity. And this is interesting because that could be matching some ESG framework, and that could open the institutional floodgate as well.
Yeah, well said. I'm really looking for things that have incentive alignment across everyone in the ecosystem, from venture capitalists to developers to token holders to liquidity providers. If there's different incentives for each pool, which it seems like every project that's ever came out in crypto treats people differently, then you have people fighting over different pieces of the pie through governance proposals. But if you treat everyone equally and the tokens are distributed and the whole value of the platform is being distributed to the token holders, then all of a sudden everyone's working together on the same page. And what's really, really important is that you're not paying out just more of some token you printed out of thin air, but you're delivering tokens like stable coins, like the layer 1 tokens that are very liquid, or even Bitcoin or wrapped Bitcoin. And all of a sudden you're holding a token that has a cash flow to it. And it doesn't matter if you're in a bull market or a bear market. And really the price of that token doesn't even matter. It matters what kind of cash flows are coming through it. And I think that's going to be a real revolution for DeFi. And I'm starting to see more and more of these projects coming out. There's over 24 so far that have come across my desk, but they're still tiny. And that kind of sector is still very much in its infancy. A lot of that's due to, US regulation uncertainty and things like that. But I think there's ways to construct it in a legal way through, I'm not going to give legal advice here because I'm not a lawyer, but that's one of the hurdles that I think will get solved in the future. And to me, when I see something like that, where just simply holding this token in my own custody and I don't have to stake it and risk a staking contract getting hacked, I can simply keep it in my own hardware wallet and it just earns me a yield in good quality coins. Like to me, like that's the aha of something that's going to be a huge winner in the future. And just to touch on what John was talking about too, as far as the digital cash payment rails, there's something called AMP Network out there that has disintermediated like 17 parties in the traditional world, but there's still the last mile step to go that other apps and decentralized apps have to connect to, and different payment processors and terminals and things like that. So that last piece hasn't really been totally solved yet, but I think when someone does in a decentralized way, it's going to be really, really big.
Yep. Can I throw out a really quick pitch, not for something that we're building, but something I want somebody to build?
Yes, please.
I think that people actually understand physical cash really well and how to handle it and keep it secure. And I think that paper wallets could be a left field way to kind of deal with that and maintain full decentralization, where you have like the public key is like visible and the private key, you flip it open and you see it inside. And then if you want to transfer some assets, you just give somebody the card and they can make sure that the things are there. And now they have it.
I've actually seen at a couple conferences, people are making like digital paper, just like money. And there's a tiny little chip on the paper with a QR code, and it will actually act as like a hardware wallet, but it's a piece of paper. So that could be another thing in the future that catches on. And I think that that tangibility is another thing that is going to help bring more mass adoption. Having anything you can hold and touch and see in your hand, as opposed to something on the computer, is still so much more valuable in the eyes of the average person. Well, guys, we're just about out of time, but before we go, let's drop Twitter handles, contact information. Where can people go to ask you more questions or learn more about your products?
Yeah, I can start because mine is here. So for Valk, check out Valk Tech on Twitter, or you can see the URL of the app, and you can find me at Genius But Modest on Twitter.
For our projects, you can go to uma.xyz or across.to, across2. Across is also doing like some crazy yield right now, if you want to be an LP, I think it's like 20% APY plus like an extra token denominated APY. So, go and get in on that. And then you can find me on Twitter at JDSHUTT, and I post about a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and you can find out about Flux at runonflux.io. You can follow us on Twitter at runonflux. You can also check out Zelcore, which is our basically our browser for Web3. It's John, it goes a long way to address some of the issues you said about key management, so I would check it out as well. And you can, if you want to hear the rantings of a crazy old man, it's at DAK_Flux, and that's me.
Love it, guys. Thanks so much. And you can always learn more about crypto at the Crypto 101 podcast, available anywhere you listen to podcasts, or follow us on Twitter at Crypto 101 Pod. Justin, we're turning it back over to you. Thank you so much, Decentral, for giving us this forum to share our ideas. And we'll be back with the next one.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks so far for everybody who's been tuning in globally here at DeFi Summit, whether you're on LinkedIn, Twitter, or even shout out to YouTube as well. We're always here to kind of help educate, level up, and keep you up to date on the latest alpha and trends on what's going on in DeFi, DAOs, metaverses, and even NFTs and JPEG degenning. As you saw there for Decentral Miami, that's our next upcoming event. And we're going to finish off the year strong, front-running Art Basel again. Now we're going to be in downtown Miami. And last year we hosted the largest Web3 conference. And we're a combined Web3 community, meaning we're just not only an NFT conference. We're not just a DeFi conference. We're going to have 5 stages. So we're going to have the Decentral stage, which is the main stage. We're also going to have a dedicated DeFi DAO stage, and that's going to be DeFi DAO Summit. Then we're going to have NFT Con. NFT Con is going to have its own stage, which is all about NFT, art, entertainment, sports, etc. We have a new series too later on that we're going to be launching called GM Summit, Games and Metaverses. And that's going to be like DeFi Summit, but dedicated to games, metaverses, digital, physical, digital, fashion. We're going to have a dedicated stage just to all of that, the metaverse world, basically. And then also too, we're partnering up with some upcoming organizations such as a festival. They are the largest women's conference. We're going to have a sub-stage, as additional stage for that dedicated to. And then we also have a workshop stage / forum, which is 1 hour long talks plus Q&A and forum style talks. So think of it more like Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces in real life, 30-minute talk plus 30-minute Q&A, and more of a discussion format, which you don't normally get in a lot of conferences out there. And we have a few other cool, amazing things from music, entertainment, Web3 awards, and many more that we'll be sharing here in the next couple of days. So we have a lot coming up. And then also too, again, like we pride ourselves being fully multi-chain. We're covering things from anything from Polygon, Polkadot, Cardano, Solana, and that leads up to our next panel to kind of top up and finish off the DeFi Summit here. We have amazing panelists that's going to give us an update what's going on in DeFi, especially for Solana as well. So I'm going to bring on our amazing panelists. Here we have Simon, who is our moderator, and he's a familiar face. He's at every single Decentral, DeFi Summit, NFTCon event. no stranger to Decentral team.
That's right. Yeah, and I work with you guys on a number of partnership and corp dev endeavors. So thank you for having me here.
No worries, no worries. Always good having you. And then let's bring on our panelists. First, we have Dan. Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Hey, Justin, how are you? Happy
Doing good, doing good. And we'll do short, quick intros later too. And then we'll have Will Barnes. How's it going?
What's up, guys?
And then was it Amin?
Yes, that's me. Great to be here.
Perfect. All right, well, I'll give the floor to you guys and let you guys do the quick intro.
Great. Well, yeah, thank you guys all for joining us. We'd love to start off with a quick round table on your backgrounds in your companies before we jump into like deeper conversation. So let's start off with Dan. That'd be great.
Yeah. Hey, so my name's Dan Gunsberg. I'm a co-founder of Hero Network. We're building a fully decentralized risk margining settlement clearing layer, a primitive software for derivatives on the Solana blockchain. My background has been largely in the proprietary traditional derivatives markets. Was there for about 25 years, about 30 years all in derivatives as a whole. I got into crypto in 2015, and then I at the time was a chief operating officer of a large proprietary trading firm, and left in 2017 to go into crypto full time, and here we are today.
Great. All right, go ahead, Will, and we'll finish off with you, Amin.
My name's Will Barnes, co-founder and CEO at Jet Protocol. Jet is what I would say the next evolution of borrowing and lending on a crypto network, really building upon the successes of what you saw Compound and Aave do, but with the basic premise that pooled lending is in dynamic interest rates is sort of basically going to be a thing of the past, and borrowers and lenders want fixed rate or fixed term lending or bonds in general that offer more risk management tooling. And yeah, we've been building this V2 protocol, which tackles all these issues, along with a DAO and a really process-oriented DAO for decision making.
Fantastic. And I mean, hear more about Relay.
Or Rally. Thank you. Yes, my name is Amin Iman. I am a core contributor for the Rally ecosystem DAO. And our group is primarily focused on funding Web3 startup projects that are building on the Rally protocol, which is our multi-chain software suite that enables token economies for multiple consumer apps. And we utilize DeFi on the back end to help contribute to our token bonding curves that would enable multiple functions and activities for different use cases to redeem within inter platforms. So we're always looking for ways to help facilitate conversations and funding projects that want to take account of DeFi and throw that into consumer apps built on that front.
Fantastic. And I've actually known about Rally for a long time, so my bad on saying Relay there. So thank you guys all for joining. My quick background, I'm the founder and CEO of Catalyst Global. I've been in the space since 2017, worked with over 45 projects at this point in various capacities, including marketing, go-to-market business strategies, growth, working with the likes, everyone from Origin to Synthetics to Versus, Anchor, and so on and so forth. So been around the block, as Justin was saying earlier, and love to be a part of these panels, love to speak on them and moderate them. So we'll get right into it. So first off, I think we'd love to get all of your takes on really the state of the current DeFi market. As you know, the overall DeFi sector lost about $20 billion in value last quarter. And so right now, according at least to DeFi Pulse, it's hovering around $42 billion in TVL. So at its peak, last year, at the end of last year, the TVL and DeFi total value locked was around 106 billion. And today's TVL puts it at the entire DeFi industry from TVL perspective, about the same size as NASDAQ listed CrowdStrike, well-known cybersecurity company. So everyone obviously knows and has talked to the ends of the earth about the collapse of Terra and 3AC and everything going on with Celsius bankruptcy and whatnot. But love to, get your take on, now that we're through that and maybe some more liquidations to come affecting the space. What is your current take on the near-term prospects of the greater DeFi market, and then DeFi on Solana in general? And then maybe we'll work backwards going with,
Yeah, I can, speaking on my personal assessment, I just take into account of like what percentage of token value locked is already in place in different protocols, and kind of like way in between like the last 2 years when a lot of the activity was happening on Ethereum. We're still, and I was just pulling up on DeFi Llama that we have about close to like, it was like 2.7, 2.8 billion already locked between like things with Serum, Radium, and it's really intriguing to see the dynamic of how much of the activity is like, even though the amount has reduced, but the trajectory of where the capital is being deployed for other protocols is at least an encouraging sign for me, is saying that a lot more experimentation is helped and be needed with seeing the different types of utility that can be processed for, like, specifically even for DeFi platforms that are like used specifically for different activities, whether it's for gaming, things for running for NFT projects, running on that, like in borrow and stake behind on that front. So I take into account like with the amount of like play that we're having, we're still like, we have in general have taken account of what with the downfalls that have happened with Anchor, but a lot of the on-chain activities on DeFi in general have still remained intact activity wise. So there's a lot more personal assessment that we're taking into account on our projects, and seeing like at least positive mainstream flow on that front.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Whoever wants to jump in next, feel free. I love.
Yeah. Yeah, without going too deep into the whole centralized side of things, DeFi performed just like swimmingly when all those institutions were collapsing. And I think that's like, indicative of DeFi in general. You need to basically be able to liquidate people on demand. But like, I think in the wake of it anyway, like, it's like everyone's like, all the builders are stuck like, picking up the pieces, like trying to look at like what is actually useful here, and like what do we need to what do we need to build, and like what do people actually want? Because like the age of all this like really easy yield is just gone. Like it's not going to come back anytime soon, and like so that means like where's the yield going to come from? Like and I think that's like the thing that everyone's grappling with, and like I don't sit here and profess to have the answers, but I think it's going to come from like the next leg up, and who can sort of find like good users, like who can maybe start creating exogenous uses for DeFi versus just like purely speculative reasons. Because I think that's like, for the past 2 years, it's been purely speculative. And for me, it's like, how can we bring on people who want to borrow and lend for external use cases like commercial lending, which drives economic growth? It's like, that's the important thing to me about extending DeFi beyond just DeFi. And like, if you look at Solana right now, maybe it's just like yield farmers and some dust, because there's really not that much left over in the wake of all this pain. And like, is it going to get better? I'm almost like 100%, pretty much 100% sure it's going to get better. It just takes some time to sort of wiggle out of this stuff. And so, yeah, I'd say in general, it's like finding product market fit, like finding the people who want to borrow for, more than just speculation, and like trying to link those with lenders. And that's sort of like, it's basically like the perennial goal for Jet protocol right now. We're just on the hunt for that.
Yeah, I like that. Before we can go to Dan, I was just speaking earlier with a friend of mine who's talking a lot. There's a lot of buzz, obviously, with interest rates and everything else around home equity line of credits. And what about doing interesting commercialization things like that, and doing it in the DeFi sense and on the blockchain? Could be very, very interesting as just like one commercialized case where you can really onboard masses, but do it in a way that there's a product market fit through all market conditions.
Yeah, like supply chain investment, which I've been thinking is interesting, like given the the wake of the pandemic. But yeah.
Absolutely. Dan, love to hear your take on this.
Yeah, I think for one note is the whole home equity lines and even more simplistically, like got to figure out how to do mortgages because as you know, I can tell you, being buying a home and trying to get a mortgage when 99.9% of your net worth is in cryptocurrency. Even in liquid cryptocurrencies, it still doesn't matter. So a couple thoughts on that. One is, look, like, as Will said, so much of what was driven in this like kind of second wave of DeFi was really around speculation and tying it back to kind of the derivative space in the world that I come from. That speculation largely is what drives funding up, and funding, when you extrapolate it out through a treasure or like a yield curve, even like on a Bitcoin curve, the interest rates go up. And so it gets more expensive to borrow, which makes obviously more of a lender's market at that point. And when you have a crash and the air gets let out of the move, that curve flattens and then yields go flat. And when yields go flat, lending gets boring. And so it's pretty interesting how there is this very heavy correlation across the the lending complex in DeFi and the derivative space in DeFi, very, very much tied together. So how do we move forward with it? Again, there is going to be these are cyclical markets, and we've all been here for a while now, and at least been through one. You're in one bear market, maybe coming out of beginning stages of coming out of it now, very early stages coming out of it potentially. But if you've been through, 2 or 3 of them, you start to understand that you're trading, assets that have extremely high volatilities relative to traditional assets, and those high volatilities mean that the swings are going to be big, even on longer term, like on longer, when you're looking at longer term historical volatilities, and knowing full well that a 70% peak to valley move, or 80%, or like in the case of something like Solana, even at 90% is pretty much par for the course in a way, and you have to be prepared for it. And it cycles, and there will be new drivers. One thing that I do think that came out of this last cycle, obviously there was a lot of this like inflation-based yield capture that kind of perpetuated money growth in the space. This next wave, I believe, is going to be much more tied to value accrual, where some of the more serious projects that that have networks, that have tokens attached to them, hopefully starting to find ways to tie back network, like whether it's transaction fees or what it is, and circling that back into its own ecosystem, and creating yield that is like more organic and less inflation driven. And I think to the extent that we start to see more creativity around that, with network ecosystems around staking and rewards, and how you reward your contributors to your network through the efforts that they put into the network, and extracting yield that way, I think will be a very good catalyst going forward. And obviously, I'm saying this a little biased, but it's something we work on heavily with Hero Network. But I've seen it even in the non-Solana ecosystems, like on GMX and some other interesting projects that are doing things around more value accrual based network economics. And I think that you'll start to see those be taken more seriously, and a little more concentration of activity in those protocols, and then hopefully the yield starts making sense there, and that can be a good catalyst to another leg up in DeFi.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with, I like all your points. And then the insulation that really true DeFi drives versus the centralized DeFi, as many are calling it, definitely gives us a lot of advantages in terms of driving the future, and in that regard as well. So switching gears a little bit, I wanted to get into DeFi and DAOs, and you really both of those really have obviously taken off over the last couple of years, especially since the DeFi summer back in 2020. 2 years ago now, time has flown. So as we seen last month, right, with Solan's almost near liquidation event, that is, for those that may not be familiar, that's one of Solana, a pretty prominent, or at least well-known Solana-based lending platform. They had a near liquidation event. That left many people in the space questioning how decentralized DeFi protocols really are, and while others were calling in saying it's time for more regulatory oversight even. So with that in mind, love to get whoever wants to speak on this. Really, what would you in your mind be the successes and failures of DeFi DAOs, and ideally what should governance look like for DeFi protocols going forward?
Yeah, so that was a big failure. I don't even think it's a DAO. Like, you had just this, you had a voting mechanism bolted on to that situation, and you had one huge whale dictating what the protocol could do. Withdrawals of USDC were, capped. You couldn't do it. You couldn't withdraw anything. And like, I don't see that as decentralized at all. I think that's just, total failure of ensuring your protocol is at least has a diverse set of borrowers and lenders and can render a decision quickly, or just get out in front of the decision before it becomes a problem like that with proper risk parameters. And for me, like, I come from Maker DNA. I worked at Maker 2019, 2020 when DeFi just exploded and there were just growing pains abound, namely March 12th drawdown, where Maker's liquidation mechanism broke down and someone was able to corner the market and liquidate basically lots of 50 ETH for, one way. So like less than a penny. And like a lot of this stuff, you have to have a process for making decisions, and you have to have like everyone understand that there's a process, and you have to have a certain amount of time to debate something. And we built that at Jet, focused in, a lot of time into decision making and building, a legal wrapper around the DAO so that, we can in the future conduct DAO to DAO lending or DAO to DAO transactions. A lot of this stuff, like, people they just overlook it or just think it's not important because it's a DAO, like you just figure it out when you get there, but that's not the case. And I've always felt really strongly about that, because in DeFi, it's like when things go wrong, they go wrong really quickly, and you have to have a plan. You have to have like a backup plan, and maybe even like tertiary plan. Like it's you basically like live and die by the code that you write. And it's like you just have to be very, have a lot of attention to detail and planning. So, for us, it's like, we focused on planning for the long haul, right? You want to build a protocol that can withstand the test of time. You want to build a DAO that can render decisions that aren't just kangaroo courts open for, a couple hours. And, and then you conclude, and then there's this like arbitrary decision on something. Like, I just think that's a bit of a farce. And like, it's not really a DAO. And I don't know, it's more of like a call to action. Is like, these types of networks are very important, and I think they're the future essentially, and they're at least the future of the financial settlement and financial networks. And it's it takes time to get them right, and I think we should all challenge ourselves to just be better at building these types of things and processes for coming to conclusions.
Yeah, and having that foresight, like you said, to see through and making sure that the governance is not in the hands of just one or even just a few, that there's like kind of proper levers there as well in advance for any scenario that might come up that needs immediate action. So yeah, 100%. I mean, love to get your take on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually was just recalling from, it was a post that Vitalik actually posted last year. It was based on moving beyond coin governance and essentially transitioning from DeFi to DGov, which is like exploring the design space for governance and solutions to keep voting and DAOs safe in this case, especially in correlation with voting in DeFi structures in place. So I think that the danger that there could be is essentially the inequalities, that the incentive misalignments, that even in the absence of attackers, including with like outright attacks through various forms, with often obscured votes, but like just what happened with Solent. So I mean, the dividends like take into account is like the needs of taking account of like limiting governance to fixed parameter choices. Like I know Uniswap has done this, just to allow governance to affect token distribution, and having a little swap fee on that front, or adding like time delays, especially like a decision made being by basic stuff that would affect like how much of tokens being pushed, that weight, depending on how token weighs the amount of votes that are being placed. So, just ensuring governance is like well driven with non-coin driven governance in this case, and things like what I take into account with like proof of humanity and Bright ID attempting to do this. So like having systems that verify accounts to people in this place in this case, and along with like proof of participation with skin in the game, and taking into account of how the correspondence of votes on precipitated in some events, and having at least have performed some useful work in the ecosystem in regards of using like malicious voting in retrospect of attacks being dealt on DeFi. So I just take account into a hybrid approach in which like we have like proof of participation that is more closely aligned with overseeing the well-being of the DeFi structure protocols being built, and then having incentives of users, and taking into account even for users like playing in like consumer apps with DeFi embedded, like there actually is specific engage to earn mechanisms that harness and ensure more honest governance votes down the line, and that's something that we've been overseeing on our end as we trying to facilitate more activity with DeFi Titan as a pillar in the DAO governance activity. So that's personally my take on that front.
Yeah, there's a ton of levers with governance, like you described, right? Do you set up a delay for 24 hours? And for example, you have a 24-hour delay. If you want to change something, you basically queue it up, and then you have to wait 24 hours, which is like a hard decision to make, because what if you have a bug? Because then you're going to put some bytecode on chain, and it's going to sit there for 24 hours, and there's going to have a bunch of sophisticated people, sophisticated black hats, who are like, dissect that to see what you're patching, and then they'll exploit it before the bug is fixed. And there's intricate ways to solve that. Like, for example, you can pause oracles, or like you have these like levers where you can change one thing on a quick vote that doesn't require that delay. But it's really like an art form, and like you don't really retrofit, or you don't like governance system of like the United States wouldn't translate well to like to like Canada or like any other country, right? Like you build these things incrementally over time, and each protocol like is the input, or is the product of the inputs of people who are there, like, moving things around, like building things, like, and like it has to be codified in that way. So it's like you have all these different levers, like how do you sort of stack them? And it's also, it's like super exciting, but it's also like, how do you solve an issue like that? Or like, how do you know when to use one of these emergency powers?
Yeah, no, you're right. And then like, how do you know when like, hey, some levers aren't working, when you need to like just swap the levers or get rid of them altogether and think of something else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it always takes, 100%. Like you always have to be dynamic in your thinking as well. It's not the constitution of any company by any means. I was going to ask, have you guys been affected at all? And if so, how have you, with any of the pauses or outages of this Solana blockchain?
Yeah. In June or January, when it went offline, or when it was congested, rather, we weren't able to liquidate. But our users were able to cover their positions, which was good. So we actually didn't really have too much damage. But that's like, that sucks. Like, it really does. Like, it's not good. And it's, it's a criticism that, anyone who's serious, it's building on Solana, is like, that can't happen. And I think people look at it and they're like, okay, I'm not going to open up a big position on this network because I don't trust that it's going to be up when I need to if I'm going to get margin called, am I going to be able to cover my margin call? And I think these solutions are being worked on, like they're identified. There's actually PRs where like the solution is there and people are working on it. And I also just sort of welcome the bear market to where core devs can be like, okay, like there's more time to focus and like take a deep breath, like really look at the root of these problems and figure them out. But yeah, I mean, every step of the way when the network goes down, like we're impacted, and like it sort of changes different ways too, like because also our protocol changes. So we try to optimize for, like, for example, our liquidation process took a lot of instructions. So like after that January, when it was congested and you couldn't basically send transactions, we like optimized it, but still like then we just rebuilt the whole thing basically. And it's always like a chase. There's always like it's it's like a chess game essentially. Like you're always making adjustments, and it's very strategic. You try to prepare for the worst, but sometimes like your strategy doesn't work out. You sort of like have to step back and recalibrate. And it's like not even, that's not just the thing that happens in Solana. That's pretty much every crypto network. It's just part of the, it's just being in the DeFi trenches.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to get that question out there. So we have a few minutes left. I'm going to kind of combine a couple of thoughts I had here and the kind of the closing out of not only of our panel but of the actual summit itself. So you guys started speaking on it, but I'd love to like dig in a little bit more, and that's like this intersection of DeFi and incentivization and different incentivization models, especially in gaming. So with like play to earn and other kind of engage to earn business models really taking the spotlight, where do you guys think like GameFi, catch-all term I'm using here, is headed, and what's out there that maybe still under the radar or that's being built right now in the bear market that we should be looking out for, whether you guys are building it yourselves or you see someone else building it in the ether?
No, that's really a good incentive. I'm really intrigued in terms of like looking at the current gaming culture in terms of like how we have these expos and like players like players and enthusiasts come in to partake in like prizes and bounties and in these platforms. So we're actually, there's a project that's like closely related that was building on the Rally protocol, not personally associated with Joyride games. They're utilizing Rally in this case to have like total value locked within like one of their platforms, like Solitaire Blitz in this case, and they have like a sort of a 2 token model. So they'll use the ROI token to lock into the the token value lock as a stable coin, as a utility coin, and then through the nested bonding curve, we essentially unlock the purchasing power for certain activities within those chains. So being able to buy in, like being able to have a discount or have first dibs on like NFTs that can like give you like certain power ups, or being able to we have like a contest, we can actually be able to stake a token as like a principal free, and then use the interest you're yielded to pay out the like contests and prizes. I'm just playing solitaire in this case. So a basic these basic mechanisms in which we already take account with a DeFi on engagement activities, but redirecting that in the space for gaming, hey, here's some tokens, lock it into the DeFi group, and we'll use that, and we'll take the yield to pay out of the prize pool per se. So I thought that that's an interesting use case that we've taken into account, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty other ways of that laid out on that front. But I think it's kind of like really like taking account of the culture that we've seen right now with gaming, and then taking the mechanisms that have been built on the DeFi and like kind of like cross-checking the mechanisms for like these new dynamic ways for like play to earn activities happening across multiple spectrums in that front. So I'm pretty excited of where that space will go personally.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. What are your thoughts on it? I know obviously play to earn hasn't had the uptake from like the traditional gaming world as many thought it would. It's slowly but surely, but there's a lot to balance there, right? In terms of at least that avenue of great games and play to earn mechanics, without sacrificing one or the other. At least that's where we've been for a bit now.
Yeah. So I consider myself a gamer. But I've never, I sort of have this just like, laser focus on like DeFi, but I never really like, take a look or like poke my head into like, somewhere else and be like, here's what's going on here. Like there's just so much going on in crypto. It's like, it's insane. But like on that same topic though, there are like concepts I think that translate between DeFi and like GameFi and like just anything in general. And so, one concept I really like is PCV, protocol controlled value, or POL, protocol and liquidity. Same thing, same concept basically, but like you have some value that's controlled by the protocol, and like, is it controlled by the DAO? Like, how is it controlled? And who control it? Like, what are the levers? And then like, what do you do with that? Like, do you, can you use that to like fund some game development, or like, fund this project, or like lend money to this, or like, invest in this? Like, there's always there was that run up in time during the bull market where there was the, protocol and liquidity hedge funds, which is like an interesting idea, but, sort of had like runaway hype for a bit and then sort of came back down to earth. But it's like a super interesting concept that I think will be explored in great detail. And people will scratch around and like scope that out and how it can be used more effectively over the next several years, like maybe even earlier. Like it's, and I think that's not just like a DeFi thing. It's like crypto network thing. And, how do you use that to deploy funds? Like you could be like a nonprofit, deploying funds and as like a charity or something. But it's like a very interesting concept, I think, that has emerged, but hasn't really been tested at scale yet. So yeah, that's what I'm excited about.
No, absolutely. So this has been very insightful for me, hopefully for the audience too. Like it's our 30 minutes have flown by. So really appreciate both you guys. And like they say, right, bear markets are for builders, bull markets are for speculators and builders too still. But so thank you guys for joining. If anyone wants to reach you guys, learn more about Jet and Rally, can you give us a little information on the best approach?
Yeah. So Jet Protocol, at Jet Protocol on Twitter, and at Will Barnes on Twitter. At Jet Protocol, you can find like, all the digestible, easy to use updates about what we're doing, what we're building, and our borrowing and lending platform.
Awesome.
Yeah. You can reach we can learn more about and reach us at rly.network. We just literally launched the site earlier this month, describing on like our developer docs. Our Twitter, RLY_DAO for like our DAO activities. My personal Twitter, Iman89, the numbers. So be happy to connect with any of you guys here.
Absolutely. And if anyone wants to reach me on Twitter, Simon Bog, Simon BOG, catalystglobal.io, also Chief Strategy Officer of Gravity Ventures, Web3 Venture Studio out of Dubai as well. So gravityventures.io. Thank you guys all. Thank you again, Justin, David, Esther, and the whole Decentral team for having us here on DeFi Summit. And that concludes our panel here. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
No, thank you.
and thank you again for joining us in our second official DeFi Summit. Obviously, we're still in more quieter bear market, but maybe recovering. Otherwise, it's a full bear trap. But we'll see. Regardless of the price, though, it's always heads down build. We should be building in the bull market anyways as well too. Otherwise, what are we doing here in Web3? Just to show too as well. Last year we hosted DeFi Summit. Again, it was a decentralized, Decentral Miami. We host the largest Web3 conference during Art Basel. We'll be returning back again. We got fully featured on. You can take a look at yourself on Vice and many other, even Bloomberg as well. And what we pride ourselves is, again, is a full combined Web3 multi-chain event. Again, we have people from Jim Jones, the rapper, Joseph Lubin, co-founder of Ethereum, to the Breaking Bad Cartel brothers. You've been watching Better Call Saul. You might have seen them as well. Secret Network. 24 Golden came by. Anthony Pettis, former UFC champion. Kevin Smith, actor-producer. Cybercoms, and many more as well. We're going to be hosted here at the James L. Knight Center, which is in downtown Miami, hot primetime spot. So we're excited to be here. 2 times larger than it was previously before last year, and a lot more cool stuff and improvements. You can take a look at our past events as well for Miami, as well as Austin as well. And if you wanted to participate, help spread the word. We're giving away 2 free tickets to our audience and crowd. If not, the early birds are starting to be on sale as well too. And again, we'll see you guys again, hopefully sometime this year. We have many other events coming up as well. So we have DAO Summit. We don't have the firm dates quite yet, but DAOsummit.com, you'll be able to see our full event dedicated to DAO talks and conversations. And then we're going to be doing a .Sama Polkadot event, cross-chain, multi-chain with Parity, and many other projects as well. We'll be hosting that later in October. What else are we doing? Yeah, our team at Decentral, we're going to be traveling globally. So you'll find us at Singapore, Token 2049. Simon will be there, Esther, We're going to be hosting a side event during Token 2049 in Singapore, just to build up our connections there. We will be eventually doing Decentral Singapore, so we'll be doing some scouting, take a look at some events. That's a little bit of alpha there. But we want to bridge the networks between our market and the Asian markets as well. And we'll be back in Singapore next year. Yeah, I'd like to say thanks again for everybody that's tuned in, watched both days. If you're watching the recording as well, I want to say thank you again for joining us in our community. Be sure to also join our Telegram group. We have an active squad of DGens in there, t.me/DeFi Summit. DeFi Summit is the one that kicked us off, and I'm going to end this for today. And actually going to go mint the Artifact Nike AR hoodie as well too. So got to sign off, everybody. Thank you again for joining us, and we'll see you again at the next upcoming event as well.